Good morning and welcome to the Historic Preservation Board meeting. This is Tuesday, November 8th. We have a full agenda today, but in an effort to achieve efficiency and decorum in our meetings, I'll review our sequence for applicants. The staff will present an item to the board along with their recommendations. The board will have an opportunity to put questions to the staff, and then we'll ask the applicants to come and make their presentations within a limited time, and we'll ask them to take a seat. At that point, the board may have questions for the applicant, so we'll take all of those questions together. We ask the applicant make note of those questions so they can respond to them all together, and then sit down again. At that point, we'll do our disclosures and open the public hearing. And the applicant will have a chance to rebut without opening their presentation after that. And then the board will go on to comment one by one, ending with the chair. And from there, we'll proceed with a roll call and a vote as required. And with that, I hand it over to Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, everyone. Mr. Chair, before we get started, I just wanted to make an announcement. We do have we are planning to have 6 board members present today out of 7. We are currently short 1 board member. I believe our 6th member, Mr. Pascal, will be joining us shortly. So for the remainder of the meeting, it is anticipated that we will have 6 board members present. I wanted to make that announcement. We have one other announcement this morning before we get into the agenda and before I turn it over to Nick. The applicant for HPB 210498 has requested, they have a conflict later this afternoon, so they have requested to be heard after the first regular application, which is the Collins Canal potential historic designation, and we do not have any objection to that. So we're going to be mostly in order of the agenda. However, we do have that one request that we will be able to grant. So with that, I will turn it over to Nick Kalergis from the City Attorney's Office, and he will read the lobbyist notification, as well as swear in any members of the public that will testify this morning.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present in the Commission Chamber at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting, members of the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Before I swear in the public, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to swear in any members of the public or staff who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. With that, we have the approval of the October 18th minutes. Do any board members have corrections to make, or if not, we can entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Excellent. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. That passes. With that, Mr. Chair, we can move on to the first application on the agenda this morning, which is HPB 220537. This is the Collins Canal, possible designation of a historic site. This is coming to you at the request of the board on April 12th, 2022. The board had a discussion item and briefly discussed the potential designation as a historic site. At that meeting, we advised the board that there are two portions that are currently part of historic districts, but it is not currently an individual historic site. So we have a portion in the Palmview Historic District that is part of a local designation, so the same protection is afforded to properties in historic districts as it would be to the individual historic site. There's also a portion of the Collins Waterfront Historic District that includes the Collins Canal. This particular evaluation was prepared based on the entirety of the Collins Canal. So that would be from the Biscayne Bay at the far western end of the city, all the way up to Lake Pancoast on the northeastern portion. We did evaluate the potential for historic designation in accordance with the historic designation criteria, and we have found preliminarily that we do believe this site qualifies and is eligible for individual historic site designation. More particularly, we believe criteria number 1, association with events that have made a significant contribution to the history of the city, the county, state, or nation, has been satisfied. The Collins Canal was constructed in 1912. It is known to be the oldest surviving man-made structure in the city of Miami Beach and is strongly associated with the initial development period of the city as agricultural farmland. We also believe that criteria number 2 is satisfied. Association with the lives of persons significant in the city's past history. The construction of the Collins Canal was part of John Collins's agricultural project over a century ago. The Collins Canal, Collins Avenue, Collins Park, and the John S. Collins Memorial Library were all named for this remarkable Miami Beach pioneer. And lastly, the criteria that the site be listed in the National Register of Historic Places is partially satisfied. In addition to the portions I described earlier, the Collins Waterfront portion is also listed on the National Register of Historic Places. We do believe that the structure can be designated if the criteria that's B, even if it has been altered, as long as the alterations are reversible and the most significant architectural elements are intact. The original alignment of the Collins Canal is intact. It has not been altered. So we do believe that the integrity of this site remains today. And we did a preliminary evaluation as well in accordance with the required sea level rise criteria, and that is outlined in the preliminary evaluation. So with that, we are recommending that the board discuss this preliminary evaluation and direct the planning department to prepare a formal historic designation report. The historic site designation process is quite complicated and lengthy. This will require another hearing in front of this board as part of the historic designation report. At that point, the board will be issuing a recommendation. The recommendation would be to the city's planning board and to the city commission. If this board transmits the historic designation report with a favorable recommendation, that would then be transmitted to the planning board, who would review the zoning map change. They would review the designation as an ordinance, and then if the planning board would be charged with issuing a recommendation to the mayor and city commission. Ultimately, it would be heard by the mayor and city commission at 2 readings, and it would require a 5/7 vote of the mayor and commission to designate as a historic site. If you have any questions about the preliminary evaluation or about the process, I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have.
I picked today, as president of the Collins Park Neighborhood Association, I've been well aware of the Collins Canal for a very long time. And back in 2012, we actually had a 100th anniversary party for the Collins Canal, and it was actually sponsored by then Commissioner Exposito, who supplied a cake and entertainment and all of that. And we had commissioned a poster, which I've given to each one of you, and I want to show the people who might be watching. This was the poster that was done by Hofer, and we all now have signed ones. And all the people that attended the celebration back in 2012 got one of these. So the Collins Canal has always been very important to us, and I'm thrilled that we're looking at designating it as a historic site. My only question is, and this would be answered by somebody here, is as sea level rise comes along and we have to issue changes to seawalls and stuff like that, there are sections of this that have no seawall. It's just a natural going up to Dade Boulevard. The water starts lapping at Dade Boulevard. At some point in time, there's going to have to be something done there. There's been several other areas that the canal has had new seawalls on both sides. And I just want to make sure in designating this historic that doesn't cause any problems with updating as required, as long as we maintain that we don't change the original path from point A to point B. And I'm thrilled that we're looking at doing this. Thank you.
And do you want to go through all your questions first? I think I should probably follow the rules.
Well, I have a few comments and not just a question. I'd like to actually.
I think we're going to do questions first, and then we need to open the public hearing.
Exactly. So that's
Okay.
my point. Is I'm interested in knowing the answer to Ray's question too. But just to clarify, though, the area where you're talking about, which is behind the convention center, where there's like a canopy of trees over the Collins Canal. The shoreline there doesn't have like a bulkheaded concrete seawall, but there are sandbags, and the water doesn't go up to, I haven't seen it go up to Dade Boulevard before, but there are many different types of seawalls besides just concrete seawalls. There are things called living seawalls where you have riprap and boulders. But I'm interested in the answer, but I think I understand it would be like any time there's a plan to change or demolish any historic structure. If there's going to be a change to the banks, to the seawalls, it might come before us for review, and it would be up to the HPB to decide what the seawall treatments would be. Oh, and what's the time frame? That's my one question, is what would the time frame be anticipated, like 1 year, 2 years before it would go before the City Commission? Any other questions? Okay, I wanted to ask about the extent. Is it just within, I guess, a right-of-way, so it doesn't include those seawalls? Was one question. And then in the report here on page 7, there's a really wonderful photograph of the canal with the Hubble residence. And I think that, the canal itself, as important as it is, I think it's also important to consider the structures that frame the canal. Like any street, any thoroughfare, you're going to be interested in the buildings that abut that thoroughfare or that canal. In this case, we see the Hubble residence coming right up to the seawall and really engaging the water in a beautiful way. I think that would be worth preserving. I don't know if that house is there or not, but it leads me to my question, which is there any way to look at zoning, the current zoning laws and their relationship to the water for these waterfront properties, to perhaps encourage not only upgrades that might be necessary, but to encourage development to follow the kind of character that we see in this photograph.
Okay, any other questions? Nope. Okay.
I just have one out of curiosity.
Okay.
I'm sort of curious to know whose jurisdiction the actual canal falls under. I think it's just because I live on the Tatum Waterway, and there's some wording within my own deed, I think, that says that the federal government has jurisdiction over the waterway. So I'm just curious who actually has jurisdiction over this canal.
Okay, all good questions.
Two more questions. Number one, on the last GO bond, one of the things in the GO bond is to dredge the Collins Canal. And I know they've been testing waters and whatever. I mean, so that's already going to go forward when we need to make sure we know that. And my second question escapes me at the moment. Sorry.
Okay, all very good questions. I'm going to take them in order. The first question was regarding the seawall and the seawall design. So as part of our more in-depth analysis, which we will be performing for the historic designation report, that was one area that we believe we do need to consider, and that this board would need to consider more heavily in terms of what types of infrastructure upgrades are going to be required for resiliency and to prevent harm not only within the canal portion but also to the adjacent properties. And yes, one of those elements will be seawalls. So we are going to begin our analysis. We will be working closely with the Public Works Department as well to understand what is going to be required in the future, and that will be presented to this board for consideration as part of the formal designation report so that we can fully understand what potential modifications maybe the city has planned for the mid and long term, as well as how the board feels about potential changes to the canal. And I don't think any of these changes would be radical to the canal itself, right? It's a waterway. But the properties adjacent may require some modifications to infrastructure. A lot of the infrastructure as well, in my initial conversations with Public Works, are going to be performed underground. Those types of upgrades will not impact the visible or historic character of, or likely will not impact the historic character of the seawall. But that is an excellent question. That is something we are going to further research and work with other departments and bring back to you as a designation report. The second question was with regard to the time frame. So the historic preservation section of the city code provides for the planning department to bring back the historic designation report within 1 year of the board's action today. So I don't have an exact time frame, but it is likely, this is a in-depth research project for us, and it's not just about, we have a lot of information about the history of the canal, but what I had just previously spoke about, we want to bring you some even more detailed information about implications to the future, given the fact that there are serious concerns about sea level rise. So in general, once we bring back the historic designation report to you, and that could be that will be within the next 12 months, then that recommendation by this board, if the board issues a favorable recommendation, would be transmitted to the planning board within 1 to 2 months after your recommendation. It's up to the planning board. The planning board typically gets through their agendas and will review all of their applications and make a decision that day. The planning board also has the ability, just like this board, to continue items if they want more information. So typically, the time frame would be, it would get to you within 12 months. It would be 1 to 2 months before it would be heard by the planning board. Then the planning board would transmit that recommendation, whether favorable or unfavorable, to the city commission. There is a code requirement that after the planning board transmits their recommendation, that it will have to be heard by the city commission within a certain time frame. And I think it's the next agenda or shortly after, one of the 2 upcoming agendas. But we will do our best to place it on the next City Commission agenda that we're able to do with the required 30-day notice. And then after that, the City Commission would hear the item and schedule the second reading. And that is typically the following month. So after it gets out of this board, you're probably looking at about 4 months, 3 to 4 months. It's just we can't give you a set date at this point when the formal designation report is going to be back to you, but I can guarantee you it will be within the 12 months. If we are not able, and I think this is very unlikely, but if we are not able to bring it back to you within 12 months, this board can discuss and extend that. The City Commission can discuss and extend that time frame. They can also narrow the time frame if they want.
After all that energy, at the end of the 12 months after this board has gone through the whole thing, the City Commission could just say, no, they don't want it.
They could. Now, I will tell you, at the conclusion of this hearing, and this is a complicated process, at the conclusion of this hearing, if the board directs staff to prepare the designation report, the code does require the planning department to notify the mayor and city commission of the board's action. The code provides for a 60-day window after action by this board. If the board takes actions today, it would be 60 days from today to discuss the designation before it goes any further. And at that point, the city commission has the authority to move forward with the designation, to deny the request and have the process completely stop, or to set specific timeframes for the preparation of the designation report. So that will be done once this board, if this board directs staff to prepare the designation report.
They still have the ability after the first approval.
They have the ability through they have their 60-day window after the Historic Preservation Board action. They often, in my experience, choose to take no action. That is the most common occurrence, that there is no action by the City Commission within that 60-day window. But at the end, then they would also have the authority whether to approve or deny or modify the designation. So ultimately, it's the mayor and city commission's decision. However, this is the codified process, and this is how we've brought all of these both historic site designations as well as historic district designations through the process. Okay. The next question was regarding the extent. So the direction we received from the board at the April meeting was for the Collins Canal itself. So our current research is for the canal. We have not been directed to increase the boundaries by any means. And so what we're looking at now is the canal itself. The private properties adjacent. So, Mr. Chair, you brought up a good point. So there are some historically significant structures that abut the canal. In particular, the single-family homes that you had identified, which are quite spectacular. Those are currently in the Palm View Historic District. The photograph of the house on page 7 is a contributing building within the Palm View Historic District. So that is already afforded the protection the Historic Preservation Ordinance offers and is under the jurisdiction of our Historic Preservation Ordinance. The remainder of the adjacent properties, we haven't been directed to look at them, but I think we currently have all of the most significant architecturally and historically buildings included within the local districts, both in the Collins Waterfront Historic District as well as the Palm View Historic District. the jurisdiction question, that's a very good question. The city of Miami Beach has jurisdiction over the waterway itself. Dade Boulevard and the Dade Boulevard right-of-way is Miami-Dade County's jurisdiction. So that's an important distinction. There's also private properties adjacent to the Collins Canal. But the good news is that the waterway appears to be solely under the jurisdiction of the city of Miami Beach. And again, this would be the Public Works Department that would be primarily responsible for the maintenance and potential future modifications to the canal. And we work very closely with the Public Works Department. There was another question regarding the GeoBond. The GeoBond, the dredging. And Mr. Breslin, I think that might have been your question. I do not have that information, but we could certainly work with our GeoBond projects director, Maria Hernandez, and get you more information for the historic designation report as to what the overall plan is. Did I miss anything? No? Wow, that's surprising. Okay, with that, if there's no more questions from me, we can open it up to the public. Any members of the public in the audience or on Zoom wishing to speak?
Good morning. My name is Matthew Goltanoff, and I'm representing the Miami Design Preservation League this morning. We support staff's recommendations to designate the Collins Canal as an historic site, and we thank the board and especially Stuart Reed for bringing forth this initiative to begin the process. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else in the audience or on Zoom? Mr. Chair, seeing none, you can close the public hearing.
Okay. So shall we move on to board comment? Debbie? Yeah. Okay. Would anybody like to start us off? Yeah.
Thank you. Well, coming into the meeting today, the first thing that came to mind is what a pleasure it was to read the staff report, all the great information and pulling it together and all the photographs. It really was a delight to read, and if people are interested in the canal and the early history of Miami Beach, starting out as an agricultural community, and I suggest if this is a public document online, just log on and get it. And the conversation was really interesting today. I had one comment about the staff report. About the photographs in the staff report. I think on page 4 of 12, there's a photograph where it says Collins Farm on the right. It's Pancoast's home on the right. The farm is on the left. The farm was on the west side of the Indian Creek, and you can see the rows. And I understand from the maps that it went from approximately Collins, or from the report that the farms went from approximately like 30th Street up to maybe Lake Surprise. And the canal was dug so that the boats taking the produce wouldn't be running aground where it was so shallow in the northern parts of the bay. And so they could get more directly out to the bay. And so I think that I appreciate also the thorough analysis in the staff report as to why this is appropriate for a designation. My thoughts are all of the reasons why not only it should be designated as a historic structure or a historic site, but that it's such a great community asset, and that the designation would bring more attention and maybe activity to the site, just as I don't know if any of you are familiar with the Pine Island Ridge in Broward County, just north of Pine Tree, Treetops Park. There were Indian settlements there because it was a ridge above where the Everglades were, and so thousands of years of artifacts there. And so they couldn't build on it, but there are homes on either side of this ridge, so now what you have are miles of a nature trail where you feel like you're in the Ocala National Forest or somewhere in northern Florida because it's a preservation area. And I think that drawing attention not only to the history of the Collins Canal, but it's an environmental asset as well. When you look into the water, it's shallow. You can see all kinds of fish going through this. A couple weeks ago, to prepare for this meeting, I launched my paddleboard at Sunset Harbor, and I took it up the Collins Canal to Lake Pancoast. And there's stingrays. There's certainly, if you've ever spent time there, you see a lot of mullet in the water. It's a natural resource, and I think we're talking about the arts in public places as well today. I think there's an opportunity, since it's so shallow, perhaps like behind the botanical gardens, there's an overlook into the water. Things, a lot of coastal communities in Europe, they have things that relate to sea level rise, for example. Maybe some paintings along the seawall, or some statues in the water along the seawall. The fact that it's in the city of Miami Beach's jurisdiction, I think, is a great asset for us, that we have control over how it's going to be managed as a community asset for environmental enhancements, for public recreation. And when we're talking about seawalls, some places, like let's say on Biscayne Bay, the currents can become very strong and swift. So it's very important to have a strong and stable seawall. But Collins Canal, it's shallow and it's calm. I think that to be putting in the strongest type of seawalls there is sort of like overkill. I'm not an engineer, but that's just my thought looking at it, and I really appreciate that stretch of the Collins Canal between Convention Center Drive and Washington Avenue, where it has a very natural feel, where the tree limbs reach from one side of the canal over to the other, and it really relates well to the park that was built behind the Convention Center over there as well. So I appreciate the good work the staff did and the great discussion that the board had today on this. I look forward to the opportunities that this gives us, and this is our inception, the Collins Canal here. It keeps us in touch with our earliest history and with our nature.
Quickly, the Collins Park Neighborhood Association has been involved with many discussions with the city over the use of this waterway, and we've discussed maybe closing it to motorized traffic and actually trying to create like a bird sanctuary and have it for paddle boarders and kayakers, and only have it open to boat traffic to where Publix is, for the boats that come in from the waterway and use Publix and go back out from there all the way to Lake Pancoast, not have motorized traffic. Now, whether that'll absolutely happen or not, I don't know. One of the things that once this dredging was all done that we wanted to talk to the city about is actually putting some sort of a floating platform over where Washington Court is, kitty corner from the entrance to the Convention Center in Washington, where you could maybe have an RFP for someone to come and operate a board kayak station, similar to like they have in the waterways in Chicago. So, there's lots of things that can happen, and I just want to make sure that whatever we do with the designation doesn't cause any problems with looking at how to make this more of a recreational facility for both the residents and tourists alike.
Thank you so much to staff. I loved reading it, and of course Stuart for recommending. I think, infrastructure is one of those assets that cities have, and we don't often think about how important they are and how historic they are. And in this case, reading how it's the oldest surviving man-made structure and how critical these waterways were to the development of Miami Beach and how special it makes Miami Beach. When you really think about it, it was just fantastic, and I really look forward to reading the final designation. I do hope that this designation leads to economic incentives as well. So I'm hoping that the commissioners, as this moves through the process, they really look at this as a community asset, as was discussed, and probably one of the most important sites in the development as Miami Beach moved into a tourist metropolis. Thank you.
I love the idea. I never thought of it because I don't travel in that section, but I think that's important. And as everybody was talking about it, especially the two of you at the end, you had such good input. So I'm wondering if, as this travels, that other people who are on the other, especially the people who are going to react to this because of the way you've suggested it. So I'm wondering how that will get into the situation. I would hate to see that you're sitting here giving such credible suggestions and it just falls flat, and then all of a sudden somebody doesn't like it. 4 years from now, when none of you are here, or some of you won't be here, I won't be here. So I wonder, how can we get into the whole idea so that the whole city's involved, not just the few of you who
Let me just answer that for you, Nancy. Don't forget, I may not be on the Historic Preservation Board, but I'm always going to be on the Collins Park Neighborhood Association, and we will be on top of anything that's going on. We will follow this through to the very end, so you should not have to worry about that.
No, I don't worry about you ever, but I think that the other people are going to be involved, as far as what I can tell in listening, and I would hate to see it, well, they just come up with their own ideas, and it's going to be better. The planning board and any others. This shouldn't be us alone. We should be the happy leaders.
So, I think this is a great step forward. I can remember probably close to 20 years ago, kayaking from North Beach to South Beach, and sort of the Collins Canal was the end point for us. And at the time, it wasn't nice, actually. It was sort of the end of the road, and there was, a lot of cans, and there's been a lot of improvements since then. And so I think coupled with the Blue Ways plan, coupled with the improvements that have already happened along the canal, it's a tremendous improvement. And I think this is an excellent next step because it adds to the allure, I think, for somebody who would be traveling by kayak to arrive at this destination that's steeped in a lot of great history, and maybe down the road after the designation, maybe there would be opportunities to put in little historical markers, sort of illustrating the history of Miami Beach. So I think it's wonderful. I just wanted to ask Debbie, because as I was reading, this was really rich, a lot of information within the historical report, envisioning Miami Beach at this time, and I'm gathering when this was built, I think the House of Refuge was built in the 1800s, right? Late 1800s. I don't know what else was here at that time, but I think it's a really interesting time to envision those early years when this was sort of a wilderness. Anyway, I appreciate, Stuart, you're bringing this forward, and I think it's a wonderful move on the part of the board. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, Stuart, thank you for bringing this up. I mean, it seems like this would be a kind of slam dunk, and I think everybody here is on the same page. I'm maybe going too far with this, but beyond designating it, I think it would be good to incentivize good future development of structures, good future uses that have been brought up here, like a kayak launch that might encourage community groups to do canal cleanups and really engage. But I wonder, Debbie, could we suggest or ask that the report that's to be produced also include a look at how the adjacent properties are zoned and what potential incentives could we provide for future development to get us back to this?
So I'll answer the question. That is certainly something the board could discuss, and that staff could bring back information. We could definitely provide you with all that information. It should not, however, be part of the designation, because that will likely include properties that are not part of the designation. But as a companion discussion item, that's something, if the board is interested in the adjacent properties and zoning incentives, we could certainly bring you back that information. You could discuss it, and you do have the ability to make recommendations with regard to zoning.
Yeah, I think that would be important because, reinvigorating the canal, even if it's with limited motor traffic, could be an opportunity for the city to showcase its progress in building on the water in the face of sea level rise. And, the fact that you can be building responsibly and also continue to build beautifully as we did 100 years ago.
Sure. If the board wishes to get that information, I think that's a good discussion to have. So what we need from the board today is a motion on a recommendation to the planning department whether or not to prepare a formal designation report. Along with that, we could have a separate motion to bring back a companion discussion item to discuss possible incentives for the adjacent properties.
I'll move that.
Okay, both of those items. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, excellent. And just for the public's information, when we bring back the designation report, that will be a fully noticed application. So we will do, an advertisement in the Miami Herald. There will be a posting in the site, and for an individual site, we will do a mailing to all property owners within 375 feet. So there will be plenty of notice 30 days prior to the hearing when that will be occurring. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. With that, we can move on to the next application, which is being taken out of order, which is HPB 210498. This is 7410 Harding Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of 3 buildings as part of a new hotel development on the site, including a variance from the minimum hotel unit size. This application was originally heard on May 10th of this year. At that point, it was a slightly more robust application, actually significantly more so. The initial plans that were presented to the board included the demolition of one of the buildings or the substantial demolition of one of the buildings, as well as the construction of a new addition at the rear of the site. Since that time, staff has been working with the applicant. I believe the property was sold to a new owner. And they are bringing back to you today a much reduced scope of work, which includes substantial renovation of all 3 buildings. This current project does not include the construction of a new addition. And staff had erroneously in the report, one sentence did refer to a new addition. There is no new addition as part of this project. But we couldn't be happier, actually. The courtyard is proposed to be retained and preserved. The buildings that currently are intact, however, need a significant amount of maintenance and restoration work. That is all being proposed here. So we are extremely enthusiastic about this project, which we will believe will bring new life to this section of Harding Avenue. With regard to the variance, this is an existing, again, these are 3 existing contributing buildings. The variance is to reduce by 10 to 90 square feet, so it's a range to reduce the minimum required 300 square feet for units in contributing buildings which are substantially retained. The currently proposed units range in size from 210 feet to 290 square feet. We do believe that the retention of not only the 3 contributing buildings, but also that courtyard does present practical difficulty with regard to the necessary program for the hotel in terms of the number of units. We do not believe that units ranging from 210 to 290 square feet is substandard in any way or would have any negative impact on the historic district. We also noted that in many other historic districts, that 200 square feet is actually the allowable size for hotel units within contributing buildings. We also noted that 200 square feet is the minimum unit size for rooftop additions to contributing buildings. In this case, again, there is no addition. All of the units exceed the 200 square feet allowed in most other areas of the city. Therefore, we do believe the applicant has satisfied the criteria for the variance to be approved, and we are recommending the approval of the variance as well as the certificate of appropriateness. So I am available for any questions if the board has. If not, I do see Michael Larkin representing the applicant at the podium.
Any questions for Debbie here? Okay, seeing none. Michael, good morning.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant Breezy Capital LLC. With me today is Juan Azalea, the project architect, and my colleague David Butter. Could you all please pull up the presentation? Great. Next slide. Great. So what Debbie said was completely accurate as usual. Since the May 10th hearing, this application has changed a great deal. The 2 elements that provoked the most consternation for you all was the demolition of the building in the rear, which we are now retaining, and the courtyard looking rather sparse in spite of our tropical climate. So now it looks like the veritable Garden of Eden, and we have withdrawn the rear setback variance request. We've withdrawn the waiver request with regard to off-street loading. We've withdrawn the request to increase the height. So what you're seeing today is a much more slimmed down application than what you saw in May of this year. We also, not we, but our clients are actually very energetic. They went out to the neighborhood. They obtained 6 letters of support from immediate neighbors, which I was pleased to see that. So we're coming here today. Although anyone can appear on Zoom, I do think that we have almost uniform support from the neighboring properties. What I'd like to do now is turn over to Juan. He's going to walk you through the design, and then I'm going to go through painstaking detail with regard to the variance request. Go ahead, Juan.
Next, please. Hi, it's nice to see you again. It's been a minute. So what we're excited about is that we are, one of the things that came out of the board last time was to find the logical way to preserve these structures through design and find a viable model to not just retain them, but let new owners operate them. So this is the result of that discussion with a new client, which has been very exciting for us too. So what we're retaining is the 2-story historical structure with the courtyard setting exactly like it was built originally. This is the context of it, and it fits perfectly. Next, please. Here you see the property as is right now, and as you can see, it's a little bit has suffered a little bit of a deterioration over the years. The windows have been made smaller. The courtyard has not been maintained, and it's a bit of a security and issue. Next, please. This is the original postcard. Originally, the windows were a little bit bigger, the banding was still there. This is what we intend to bring the restoration, the spirit back to. The courtyard was planted and lush. Next, please. Here are the elevations side by side. One thing that we're proposing that you'll see in the floor plans is that we, as you know, this building has two stairways, and we're proposing that we take one of them and we transform it into useful square footage, but our intention is to retain the look of the void of the stair. Next, please. Here's the courtyard, and the idea of planting it, giving it more green than the previous proposal had, which was very sparse, as Michael noted. We want to add a pool to it to give it a little bit of softness and coolness to it. Next, please. Okay, so here's the ground floor unit plan. We're proposing 38 units, down from 49 from the previous proposal, which had a new building. This one doesn't. So the idea is to restore it to the original feel. Part of the size discussion had to do with respecting the rhythm of the facade in terms of how we locate the interior demising walls. Larger units would have been very disruptive to the way that the facades articulate. So this, as you can see, it's keying in the key points in the original geometry, and it's helping us preserve that from the inside out. Another quick note, as far as the use goes, from an architect's perspective, a hotel is a bit of a bigger turnover of people, which we think it's a much more interesting opportunity to teach people about the historical aspect of Miami Beach. Residents tend to stay in their units for a long time, whereas people that visit are much more willing to learn. And we think that this is an opportunity also for historical research learning through the change of use. Next, please. This is the second story. As you can see, the solid void has been preserved properly. Next, please. Oh, no, stay on that one for a sec. I'm sorry. Back. So in this one, you can see a little bit more how we filled in the front part of the stair and retained the rear. So the idea is to circulate the building through the back and keep the courtyard nice and clean and free of vertical barriers and things like that would have been the case if we had closed the rear stair like before. Next one, please. And this is the landscape plan. Again, the idea is to plant the courtyard intensively. So we're proposing some trees, cleaning it up, and some native focaccia grass to soften the ground surface. Next, please. This is the render, the night and daytime render of the courtyard as we wish it to be. So, with that,
great.
Back to Michael. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juan. So, with regard to the variance request, it's to reduce the hotel unit size requirement. We're asking for this in order to maintain the historic character of these buildings. What happens when you have a change of use from multifamily, where the units are much larger, when you try to reduce the unit size down to a prescribed 300 square foot minimum, you get into a rhythm where sometimes your interior partition walls that you'd like to construct come right in the middle of the windows. Right. And of course, they would not do that, so you would block up the windows. But if you block up the windows, that alters the elevation of these buildings, so that's not appropriate for historic buildings. So that forms a practical difficulty upon which you all can grant the requested variance. This is a very similar example that actually Nick and E. Bustos went all the way to the Circuit Court Appellate Division, where it upheld the practical difficulty standard that you all employed. And funnily enough, it's in connection with the Shore Club property, a prior scheme back in 2018, where again they wanted to introduce a porte cochere and driveway on the south side of 20th Street to serve the residential building there. However, the code prescribes a driveway has to be at a certain width and it has to be set back a certain distance from the property line. But to do that and to exactly follow the code standards would require a certain amount of demolition for the front of that building, which of course is inconsistent with that building's character to demolish a good percentage of the front at the ground floor. So the applicant asked for a variance from the setback requirement for the driveway and for the driveway width. This board granted the variance. The neighboring property owner, the Satai, challenged the grant of the variance. The court upheld the grant of the variance and specifically cited to the practical difficulty standard. So I'm very comfortable using this standard. This board is also comfortable using it. In fact, just a block north of us at the Sorrento Villas Hotel in 2019, you all granted a very similar hotel unit size variance there. So within the same neighborhood, you all granted the same variance. So I'm happy to answer any questions you all might have and like to reserve some time for rebuttal.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, I'll ask the board members to put forth any questions they might have. We want to get them all out collectively and then let the applicant answer them all at once. We want to avoid the kind of back and forth. But if you do have any questions, please, you can put them forth.
On the last proposal, you guys were renovating the alleyway. That was going to be your main entrance, and you really were doing a great job on the back of the building. You aren't even addressing the back of the building to us here today that I could see. I'd really like to know what you're doing on the alley.
We'll go on to the next. Any other questions? Yes?
Thank you for the presentation. Very supportive of the project. I just had two questions. One, did you find any historic signage in the historic photos? And secondarily, does there have to be a fence around the pool for security? I noticed on A16 it wasn't represented, and just wondering if you found some sort of exemption due to the historic nature of the property.
Nancy or Kurt, do you have any questions?
I have
no questions.
But I want to speak after.
Yeah, okay.
I have a couple of questions. First off, just I guess as an extension of the signage, I know that and disclosure, by the way, I drive by this property every day, so the existing slump brick light poles that are on the historic images, but they don't seem to be represented in the future plan or the demolition plan, so I'm curious what the plan is for those. In addition, the protruding bay windows, I guess, they have a vertical texture, and in some of the renderings, new renderings, it sort of seems like it's represented, and others not, and I want to ask if that remains that existing character. I wanted to ask about the windows, because in the historical photos, it looks like they were jalousie windows, even though it seems early for jalousie windows. And in the new proposal, they seem to be rendered kind of as if they were casements, so I wanted to ask for clarity on that. And then my last question, having to do with the stairwell. So there's 3 prominent courtyard-facing stairwells, which I consider to be prominent features, and 2 of them on the north and south building are shown to be demolished to create additional habitable space for hotel rooms, but the one on the west east-facing building is proposed to be covered with wood slats, and I'm sort of wondering why that feature is being concealed if it's the one historic courtyard-facing stair that's being retained. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk. And I'll just add to on the question of historic signage that might be that there might be evidence of. I was going to ask about any need for new signage. You know, I'm thinking about hotel guests when they arrive. You know, how do they get to the lobby? Is there going to be a need, you know, down the road to add signage? And if so, is that something we might talk about now? I think that does it for our questions, so I'll hand it back to you.
Okay. Do you want to describe so we'll start just from left to right. Do you want to describe, if we pull up the presentation again,
Yeah.
the alley and how
So-
we interact with the alley?
Right. So the alley, our response to that problem was that in preserving the building as is, the alley has been addressed simply as it used to be. So it's more of a let's bring the building back to its best look without adding any extra features to it. We could maybe address the security by adding lighting and things like that, probably. But since it's not a point of access, we didn't want to touch it as much as we had before.
When hotel guests arrive at the property, where do they come? I'm asking you. So you can
When they
explain
come to the
board.
property,
Yeah.
so they will come through either they come through the sides. So they come through the sides and into the lobby. So they will still kind of come through the back to some extent. We've added greenery in the back as well. Before now, the way that you see it is all kind of hardscaped. So the rear part of the property, even though it's still the rear part of the property, it's being used as the lobby and the business center and things like that. So we expect the activity to be more so in contributing to the surveillance or the presence, the human presence on the alley side, as opposed to it being the back end. So,
Does that answer your question? What was your...
I just think it would have been nice to have shown it better so that we actually see what it's going to look like, because the back of that building is deplorable.
yeah.
And I would like to see what it ultimately is going to look like, for us to make some sort of an approval on it.
It's challenging, right? Not all historic buildings are created equal.
I understand.
Some are kind of humble in their elevation. So, yes, the rear alley elevation is somewhat humble here. But I don't know what we could, if we're going to,
You're still going to bring people through it, so I would think you're going to have something there to make them excited about entering your property.
I think we have some leeway in the interior design, but the exterior elevations are, you're locked into what it was when it was constructed originally. So it's tougher to do anything to the exterior elevation. But we will make it as nice and welcoming as possible when they cross the threshold. Okay, next was Laura had a question about historic signage. So in the historic resource report, did you find any type of peculiar, interesting, idiosyncratic signage that might be like really cool to reintroduce?
No, but we'd be happy to dive deeper and appropriate it as part of the language that we use. Again, I think our client and us were very much on board with bringing this back to the time that it was. And
so we can agree to a condition then,
Yeah.
Laura and board members, that will just say we'll further explore. If there's any historic signage that could be reintroduced to the property, we will do so. I know that's a big happy spot with you all, so we of course will do that. Laura's second question was, do the Florida Department of Health regulations require that a fence be installed around the pool? And if so, how are we going to negotiate that?
Well, the pool is it's still it's not an open question in the sense that there's two elements. One of them is the fire department, that usually when you have a main route of exit through the pool, that you have to enclose the pool. In this case, the exit routes are planned to be on the back of the building, on the sides. So what we really wanted to do was to preserve that courtyard as open as possible. As far as the pool goes, the size of the pool is designed to be more of a pool spa type of thing. So it's not necessarily a 15-foot wide commercial pool. So a lot of the requirements that you have with the commercial pool, like width and is a little bit different than what we're planning.
The most prominent elevation, what Juan's talking about, is at Soho House on what they call Ocho on the 8th floor. It's a small pool, but the dimensions are such that it falls outside the definition of pool as the state of Florida has defined it, and it turns into what's called a swim spa. So you don't have to have the fence around a swim spa as you would do a pool. Okay. Kirk had several questions. The first one were the light poles. Where are they, Kirk? Can you be...
If you look on the historical photo, page A13, upper row, actually you could see them a couple of places, but they're most visible on the upper row, second photo from the right. The fencing no longer exists, but those 4 light poles, 2 per building still are existing.
They-
They're also on the photo below in the middle. Yeah, the little slump brick with the round globe lights on them.
So we were looking at these to be, are they look like they're outside the property line, no?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Juan said, are they outside the property line or are they within the property line?
I believe so. They seem to frame the entryway to each of the buildings from
Right,
what I could see.
So see how they protrude the fence, which is flush with the property line. These things seem to be on this side.
Would there be an issue reintroducing them? if there were-
Yeah, maybe they're not lights;
No,
they're
no.
balls on top. But they do seem to
Yeah.
frame.
To the extent, Kirk, to the extent that they're within our property, we're happy to reintroduce them.
I mean, they're existing.
Oh, well,
They're there.
to refurbish them, make them look nicer.
I mean, they look like they're in pretty good shape.
We won't touch them.
Let's make them a little nicer. Touch them. Fresh and clean.
We can do that. The next question Kirk had was the bay windows.
Yeah, I think you're right that it's a little bit too early for casement windows. However, we have the muntins, the rhythm of the muntins over the existing windows. Our idea is to bring that same look to whatever windows we're adding. So, with the exception of the windows that we have in replacement of the stairwell, which we want them to be open windows so that again the void of the stair reads more than a new set of windows, as if the facade is going to stay more interesting if we accentuate that void. In terms of the rear building, the question, that's a very good question. Part of our issue with that was the exiting, the fire exiting of that room. You cannot have a way out and back in, so we had to enclose that space with something so that you can find your way back into the courtyard if you're on your exit route from that building. So that's if we can find a way to work with the fire department, which comes a little bit later, to have options, we could work with Debbie to see what those options would be. But we're anticipating the fire department telling us that has to be closed.
And then your last question involved the 3 stairwells.
Yeah, and the slats on the.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh, you were just talking about? Okay, got it. Sorry about that. I lost track. Mr. Chairman's questions involve the historic signage, and is the plan to put any new signage to direct people, just any type of building ID sign that would be visible from Harding?
Like I said before, I think part of the opportunity to change the use to a hotel is more traffic, more people that come and go, which also means more people being able to give more people a window into what this time was, and signage seems to be a pretty crucial part in that. The typefaces that were used. So we're happy to again bring back that.
We can agree, in addition, to work with Debbie, because the opportunities for signage are very limited in the RM1 district. We can't just do what we want. Any signage is subject to a COA analysis that Debbie stringently applies, and if we don't agree, then we come back here. So I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. We'll be respectful of how you want to run the meeting. That's all we have.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I guess we'll go on to disclosures and
Yes.
public comments.
Any board disclosures on this particular application?
Aaron, I don't know if it's. All right, I have to start with this building was under looking at, when was it, in May? That was the one in May.
Right.
Yeah.
And the building at that time, I was very excited that they were doing something more than demolishing and building taller like we seem to be doing all the time. So I was very excited about it, and then all of a sudden disappeared. I didn't hear anything about it. And I kept watching it to see if it was going to be destroyed. I figured, who cares about a wonderful old building up in North Beach. And this was like a beginning that we could hang our hat on, that we can see that North Beach is finally going to come to life. And it's, and you, I'm looking at you, that, we're going to be gone and not see it after all these years, or not be a part of it. So I was excited about it before, but I really think that what you've done to it is even more exciting because you've made it a real place. The owner of the other one wasn't quite sure what he was going to do with it, but he just knew something had to start happening in that neighborhood. So I congratulate all of you who are involved in doing that and bringing some excitement of the low-rise buildings in this community. So thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. We're going to go ahead and ask the board members if there are any disclosures, and then we'll go on to public comment, and then we'll come back around for the rest of the board comments.
Okay, seeing no disclosures. If anyone in the chambers would like to speak, you may do so at this point. Anyone on Zoom, raise your hand if you would like to speak.
Good morning again, Matthew Goltanoff with the Miami Design Preservation League. We're supportive of this proposal. Unlike the previous proposal that Nancy just mentioned, this one restores and retains all three buildings on the site. So it's a great example of renewal through historic preservation, especially in North Beach. So we thank the applicant and we support the project subject to staff conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have Wayne Roberts. Good morning, Wayne.
Mr. Roberts, do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. You didn't swear in the other guy, but I wonder if you trust me or not. But yes, I swear I tell the truth. So I want to congratulate HPB. Their independence is, showing here, and that the secret video or conversation between Dan Gelber, the mayor, and a bunch of developers wanted to, extract you guys from the board so that they could put in people that supported the developers exclusively. Now, they should have a seat at the table, but not the whole table, right? So I want to applaud this whole discussion from May forward. So, and the new developer, the new owner, for coming back, and that the pushback from the HPB probably made that happen. And that we have a guy that really cares about Miami Beach and is showing that. And, at the same time, the HPB has to be understanding of the developer, and it is an economic situation, right? So it has to be profitable, and we have to make decisions that are protective, but also, that allow capitalism to work. And this is a perfect example of the communication that I love, and that these are the type of people that I would love to have as capitalists within the city. And the HPB board is acting responsibly. This is exactly how government should work. And I want to applaud this 20-minute conversation because it was the best conversation I've heard in 4 years of listening to this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is David Amsalam.
Hi, David. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear. Hello, everyone. So I'm not very familiar with all the technical and legal aspects of the project, but as the owner of the 7435 Byron Avenue building, so basically the back of our buildings almost face each other, I just wanted to say that we are supportive of this project, and we are very excited of seeing such project that will definitely contribute to improving the neighborhood and the general vibes of the area.
Okay, Thank you, David. Any other members of the public wishing to comment at this time? Seeing none. Mr. Vice Chair, we can close the public, or Mr. Chair.
So on to board comment. Did I miss it? Oh, pardon.
Does the applicant have any rebuttal?
No.
Oh, okay.
Kirk.
So first off, I'm super excited about this project. I love the hotels within this area, the activity that's little by little, like the Waterside and you know, Blue Beer Garden and the new hotel, and as a 20+ year resident of North Beach, you know, it's one of the things I celebrate most is seeing this organic revitalization coming to North Beach. And when it comes to all of the massive things that are happening in Town Center, it's actually these little incremental things that really celebrate the character and what North Beachers love about North Beach that makes me super excited. And I do want to say that this building, it's in a super prominent location, and I don't believe that there's. I think it represents the slick, understated exuberance that represents MIMO and the North Shore, and it's just a really excellent building, I think, in terms of not being, you know, with all of the deco wedding cake features. It's super understated and slick, and the protruding bay windows are certainly an excellent character. And a segue into the stairwells, because the stairwells, I think, are probably the other signature feature of that collection of three buildings framing the courtyard. For me, I struggle with the idea of two of those buildings having the stairwells moved into usable space, but I realize that, you know, it is compromise, and certainly there's worse things we could be looking at, and we were, I think, the last time around with the idea of an entire building potentially being demolished. The sticking points for me, I don't understand the one stairwell, which it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the building furthest to the west, right, the one that's being framed, that the historic stairwell is being retained on that one, correct? It's being demolished on the other two to create additional habitable, rentable space, which again, that's the compromise. I can't understand why that signature feature, which would be the one of three remaining, why it would be concealed with the slats. I don't get it. I don't understand that. You know, again, it's the one, and for me, that's the compromise, is that there's only one out of three remaining. But I don't feel like the wood slats, even if it weren't concealing the signature feature of the building, I don't think that it's really compatible with that MIMO feel from 1946. And I don't understand the reason why it's there. I guess I'm open to further clarification, because it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere that needs to be concealed. It goes to a meeting room, so it's not concealing a private area. So why even have that, and why not let that signature feature, the historic feature of the building, shine? So that's a major sticking point for me, and I don't think we probably want to go back and forth, but I'll leave that out there for the rest of the board to opine on. I would like to see those, as I mentioned in my question, those slump brick entryway features retained. They're there. They seem to be intact. They don't seem to really interfere with anything because they connected to a fence that's no longer there, but all four of those seem to be intact. And I did want to, because I'm not sure that it's clear, the horizontal texture feature on the protruding bay windows to ensure on the historical sections of the building that those don't get stuccoed over and lost. Those little details that contribute to the horizontality of that building and to MIMO in general. So thank you, and again, these are little things. I think they're important little things, but I am excited that this building, I was distraught to see it sitting vacant for a while, and I'm excited to see it come back to life. So I wish you the best, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk. We heard from Nancy already. Anyone else like to go next? Laura?
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's great to see you really honoring the contributing structures in this new scheme, and thank you to ownership for what I would imagine is a significant investment in this community. It's greatly appreciated and needed. I definitely think that the variance is justified, and to see the vibrancy and the usefulness of these smaller unit sizes, creating more density and economic feasibility, is something that I wholeheartedly support, especially as you're retaining all three historic structures. And really want to see this project proceed. Really, these two-story, garden-style, very humble buildings, they really are what make Miami Beach so special as a collective whole. So, and really glad to see that you also had full neighborhood support, it seems like. I didn't hear anything negative, so that's good. I would just recommend, I don't know if you guys looked at directories, the historic directories in your historic research, but that might be a good way to find some historic signage and just historic names of the property. And also just to recommend to ownership that it seems like this meets a lot of the Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation, so perhaps looking at the 20% federal tax credit might be a great incentive for the owners to look at additionally. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this is one of those special projects where people have a lot of good things to say about it. MDPL, the staff, the adjacent property owner, Kirk, who lives in the neighborhood. So I'm glad to see and from my own impression, looking at the presentation, it's an attractive building and an attractive proposal, and the modifications were great improvements from the last time it came before the board. And I appreciate how Attorney Larkin's letter goes into each of the different legal criteria for the variance to show how the variance for the hotel room size fits within the legal requirements. And I appreciate how they dropped all the other different variances for setbacks, and then we're just talking here about the hotel room size, so that it can be operated as a hotel room, which is a permitted use on this property. So, if I can say anything that might make it a little bit better, it's just from Ray's point of view that he was concerned about how the back of the building may have not been addressed for aesthetic enhancements as the rest of the property, and I understand that Mr. Larkin explained that there are limitations, being it's a historic structure, and probably also just the amount of space back there as to what you can do. I'm thinking that just some landscaping, maybe like vines that don't require a lot of space, and ambient lighting might make the back of the building as attractive as the rest of it looks.
I'm usually never last. Anyway, what I think is most thrilling about this is that you've satisfied the neighbors. When you have happy neighbors, you have a happy property, and I think that that's really great. Restoring something back to its original, I like the fact of keeping the original room sizes. I would always be in favor of that. I'm one of these people that doesn't believe everything has to be bigger. If you go to Europe, all of their hotels over there have room sizes that are that size and even smaller. So to maintain quality and character of the original building, I think, is amazing, and I'm fully supportive. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I address?
I'll just add my own last comments.
Sorry.
And just to congratulate the applicant, I think that it's great for the neighborhood. It's been said, but I want to reiterate it. Being able to, come to the board and handle the feedback and come back with something that is really compelling and so well suited and so appropriate for the neighborhood is great. So cheers to the applicant.
Great, thank you. Shall I start with Kirk and go? I'm going to start with Kirk. So, with regard to the slats, are you looking for a modification or their complete removal?
I've got to, if I could, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to, if we could go back to the window, the protruding bay windows, right? Which have a horizontal line feature and the texture on the existing building. Within the plan, they're represented as coral stone, but do we know what the original material is?
No, we don't know. Staff has had that question. We looked at the resources report. We don't quite know. I think some exploratory demolition work is going to be required to really pin that down. There are some images where it looks like it could be a stone.
But it looks, from my perspective, it looks like it's more just horizontal without...
There were some images that we thought it may be a stone. What I would recommend is that that the board not be so specific, because I don't think we know for sure, and that we...
Could the order ask that it actually include whatever was the original?
Yes, to the greatest extent we can determine that.
That's
I think if we go out there with them and they're able to strip off some of the stucco, we may have a better idea, or remove, small portions.
That's fine.
Okay.
We can agree to that condition.
And the slats, the wood slats, what's their actual purpose? Can we do without the wood slats and show the actual stairwell?
So there's two concurrent situations. One of them was the anticipation of the fire department comment or commentary for exiting a building that has units on the top floor, and our first interpretation based on experience was that we needed to enclose that stair so that the exiting would not go outside before they go back in, because the route had them going straight to the alley. The second issue was that the other option would have been to add a stair on the sides for those units to exit, which we didn't want to do because we didn't want to add anything that wasn't there already. However, there is the possibility that because of the scale of the building, that requirement might not be all that hard from the fire department. Again, we don't have the hard look from them because they get involved during permitting. So
could I maybe, I don't know if the board would support if I could make start a motion anyway. And Debbie, I want you on board for this. I wanted to know if I could make a motion to approve with staff's recommendations and the addition of the exploratory work on the bay window materiality, to work with staff to match as closely as possible or retain the existing materiality for the slats in the rear building that are covering the stairwell. I'm not familiar with any fire code that would require that. I've never heard of something like that, and I'm wondering if we could remove those to the extent that they can be removed, subject to staff approval, so that the original stairwell, if possible, could be visible. Would that be agreeable?
Yes and
Working
no.
with staff on that?
To the extent the fire department does not require any type of screening, yes. To the extent that it would, I wouldn't want to come back here just for that issue.
That's why I'm leaving it to staff, but where possible to...
Something more compatible with the post-war modern style of the building.
And to make the stairwell actually visible, since it's a historic feature.
Okay.
With staff, and then lastly to retain and restore those four entry posts. And that would be my motion. And again, I think it's a wonderful project. So.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, that was clear. Let me call the roll. And this is a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness subject to the conditions being that staff is recommending, as well as the additional conditions that Mr. Pascal just read. Mr. Chair, you have a question?
So I know we have a motion here, but if I wanted to suggest a slight modification to Kirk's language, may I do that now?
Yes.
So I think if Kirk, if part of what you're interested in is the visibility to the stair, perhaps the design of the new screen could be sufficiently open so that one can see it more, because it does seem to me like the screen plays a role as a design feature in the redesign of the courtyard. Maybe it's too dense, and so we don't see the stair at all. But if they're interested in having a screen, do you think that there could be a design that works for them, or would you be open to that? Or
I mean, my concern is that 2 out of 3 of those signature features are being destroyed. Why not make the center one visible if it can be? I mean, literally the 2 other ones are being demolished to create hotel rooms, and I get that. That's a compromise.
Are there any distinct characteristics about those stairs that you think should be made visible, or is it just the stair itself?
It's the stair itself. I think it's a very, it's a signature feature. I think of 2 signature features, which would be the bay windows and the stairs, those are them, and we're only retaining 1. But again, I leave it open to staff so that we're not creating a hardship whereby the project can't not be completed due to fire code, right? I think.
Correct.
Is that okay?
Yeah, so we'll leave it as is and proceed with the vote.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Liebman? To approve the project.
To approve it as it is, or
With the conditions.
I do want to join in this. I want to join in staff and the applicant. I want to join in the world in celebrating this building. I do. I do. The 3 conditions I asked for, were to do exploratory work during the renovation on, okay, that's it.
I just want to know, are we directing staff or are we directing you and staff?
Kirk's always welcome to join us, but staff, the direction is very clear, so staff is fully capable of carrying out your will.
Oh, I'm happy, Kirk, that you have done this. Now, I'm happy because it's your neighborhood. I've suffered with you for many years trying to get it back. Thank you.
Is that a yes or
Yes,
no?
it's a yes.
Okay. Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Yes. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that was approved. We will need a separate motion for the variance.
I'll move to approve the variance.
Okay, do we have a second? Let me call the roll. Mr. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Ms. Liebman? Yes. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, the board.
Okay, Mr. Chair, our next application on the agenda is HPB 210499. This is 1445 Pennsylvania Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of the existing building, the construction of a 1-story rooftop addition and active roof deck. The previously requested variance to exceed the hours of operation for an outdoor bar counter was withdrawn at the prior meeting, so that is no longer part of the request. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Jake, who's going to summarize our recommendation.
Thanks, Debbie. This application was last heard by the board at the September meeting. Since that time, the applicant has made the following changes. The design of the rooftop addition has been refined to be more distinguishable from the contributing building and has been set back an additional 4 feet from Espanola Way. The height of the perimeter hedge at the roof deck has been increased from 3.5 feet to 5 feet. A 7-foot tall glass wall system is proposed to be introduced along a portion of the north side of the roof deck. And finally, the original drugs signage previously proposed for the reconstructed pylon feature has been replaced with new Tantra signage. This request would require a separate certificate of appropriateness. Staff recommends that the applicant explore the introduction of decorative lighting for the pylon in lieu of signage, consistent with comments expressed by the board at the September meeting. In summary, staff believes that the proposed modifications result in an improved project that achieves a greater level of compatibility with the surrounding historic districts. Finally, as currently proposed, the project will require a conditional use permit for a neighborhood impact establishment to be reviewed by the planning board. With that, staff recommends approval of the application.
Thanks, Jake. Does the board have any questions for staff? No? Okay. So we will go ahead and hear the applicant.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable board members. James Rao with Greenspoon Martyr, office at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here on behalf of the applicant, here with me today is Charles Benson, the project architect, and our client is appearing by Zoom. We're here today to present to you. However, we do also have an update that we wanted to present to the board. I discussed it briefly with the staff. With regard to the lower levels of the project, it's intended to remain as is. With regard to the rooftop addition, our client has proposed, and we've also presented and discussed this with the neighborhood association, to convert that proposal from the existing public space to a non-public space, which is just a hotel room. It would still have some amenity area just for that hotel room, but it would be a private hotel room space as opposed to an amenity space for the whole hotel. That was a voluntary proposal in terms of a modification to it, having sought input from the local residents. In addition to that, as the project architect will go over with you, as things have progressed and some investigation has been done on the structure itself, there's a question as to whether there may be a need for further demolition, and potentially demolition at the point where it may require replication. So the architect wanted to explain that to the board and seek some input. But what we would ultimately like to do today is to proceed with the presentation. We'll keep it as short as possible. He'll go over those, and if you all could approve the proposal in accordance with the staff report, except to continue the rooftop portion of it, so the architect can submit a revised plan that shows that as a single hotel room versus a public space. With that, I'll let the architect present.
I haven't been sworn in yet.
Could you raise your right hand? And I actually can ask anyone else who has not been sworn in yet to raise their right hands. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members and city staff. My name is Charles Benson from Charles H. Benson Associate Architects with offices at 1665 Washington Avenue, second floor. As the staff know me for a very long time, and most of your board members know how I always preserve and bring back all the historic features, things that maybe has been lost through time, what I've discovered through microfilm and photographs. But we're currently in permitting right now for concrete restoration of the building. But we've been meeting with all the contractors and restoration companies. We've been having a very difficult time. We're doing, more analysis on the structure, but it's more leading to that. It's looking like most of, if not all, the concrete columns and concrete tie beams have to be repoured, and it's still under a concrete restoration, but I feel that the life expectancy of the building currently, and the restoration process may not go well. So I wanted to gauge the board about the possibility, which I've never asked the board before, is a replication. I mean, the building has an enormous amount of features and elements, and that we're bringing back a lot of the skirting, keystone, and everything. And I would like to just understand from the board if they would support, if we need to go to a full replication of this building in its entirety.
So Charles, are you going to go walk through the changes that were made to the previous project?
Well,
or will you just want to discuss with the board about the possibility of coming back before them with a new application?
Well, if we come back for a new application, it would be the replication of the existing building, and of course, as James has mentioned, we would propose a single hotel unit up on the roof, which we would work with staff through the whole design. Currently, what we resubmitted addresses Laura's comment about the south setback. We've increased that. We've increased a lot of the line of sight items, and we even proposed at that point a 7-foot glass wall on the north side to mitigate all the sound issues. So we listened very well to everybody's comments, and we feel like we addressed it, and I feel that it would all comply today, but apparently the owner has a different idea on the rooftop. So with that said, to me the most important thing is this discussion of the board's feeling about a replication, because what I don't want to do is go through 9 months or a year of restoration and, God forbid, the building doesn't make it, we're back to square one. So I wanted to fast track that situation and see what the board and staff felt about that. Like I said, I've never had to do this, but again, what we're really preserving here is the original Art Deco design, which we would go back in its entirety, and we would take off any elements, wrought irons or any keystone, and put it back.
Charles, can you run through that very briefly for the board, just the presentation you have, so we can ask for them to approve it, subject to continuing the rooftop portion?
Okay. So we updated the rendering with we changed the pylon sign from the original type drugs across of a high school to the name of the restaurant Tantra, and replicating the existing pylon sign. So we're still seeking approval of the new type text on the pylon, and also we've raised again the greenery up on the roof. Next slide. Let's pass through all the photographs and let's just go straight to the drawings. So next, 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 next. 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 Let's go all the way to the A sheets, which is past the existing and demo plans. Okay, great. No, go back. Okay, perfect. So we're still on the ground level we proposed before, which I believe the board was okay. We added a sloped ramp, and then we added some steps to the front door because of all the flooding issues, plus additional landscape wells on the north side of on Pennsylvania. We did remove the landscaping, in-ground landscaping that was proposed as well. Next. Next. Great. You'll see the entrance ramp and steps, 2 landscaping islands. Next. Next. On the rooftop, we increased the south setback. We eliminated one of the storage rooms and actually increased the south setback. We also proposed on the north side a 7-foot high glass wall on the inside of the 7-foot hedge, and returning about 4 feet on the west side to mitigate any sound mitigating to the north side of the property. We also embellished on a waterfall to create a lot of white noise on the north side of the bar, since all the seating was on the south side. Next. 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 Well, as you could see there, we changed the text to Tantra versus drugs. The hedges at 7 foot now versus 5 feet. Next. The line of sight, we actually before were taking it at the parapet, but in reality, if we're going to have a hedge, it should be at the hedge, but we also still pushed the south portion of the building further north to address Laura's comment. We also eliminated the eyebrows on the rooftop addition, so it doesn't really get confused with what's original. We got rid of the mullions in the windows, so we kind of simplified the rooftop addition. Next. The same thing on the north side of the addition. We eliminated the eyebrow on the rooftop addition windows and eliminated the horizontal mullions. We increased the hedge to 7 feet. Behind it will be the glass wall. Next. Next. In the sections, again, it's a little bit hard to see. You will have on the north side the glass wall in front of the hedge. Next. Next. And the updated renderings with the taller hedge. And this is what we'd replicate the first 2 levels again, and we would restudy the rooftop to a single-use tenant. That concludes.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and ask the board if they have any questions for the applicants, and we'll get them all out to you so you can respond. Any questions for the applicant?
My first question is really when you say that you feel you might have to demolish this building and replicate it. I believe to demolish a building within a historic district, you would have to have your architects or engineers saying it needs to be demolished. And I believe the city also has to bring somebody in to make that agreement. So before we can even discuss something like that, I would think all of that would have to take place, and you'd be coming to us with that, rather than just say, oh, gee, there's a few columns here which we might, are causing us some problems, and we might have to replicate the building. I don't think that's a good way of presenting it to us. Thank you.
Just, we're going to hold back on comments, and just any questions on the presentation? No?
Here.
Do you have a question?
I have a question, yes. Can you explain what you were trying to do to make a little box of something that was not part of the... It was right in the beginning when you made your presentation. I believe it was you. What does that mean, that you want to have a separate I guess, a
Hotel
room, a hookup? What is it?
It's a room, but and Charles
What do you
can tell you a
do in
little
the
bit more
room?
about that. But in short, the idea was to take the rooftop addition and instead of having being an amenity area for hotel guests, to convert it just to a hotel room. That was it. Just instead of it being an amenity area, so there would be no bar or any of that stuff. It would just be made into a hotel room for a
For
guest.
somebody who doesn't want to have a bar or anything else, or somebody who's important.
Just like any other hotel room.
Really? I guess.
You're describing something that's different than what's on the plans, right?
Yes, and that's why I had asked if we could continue that portion of it, so that the architect could present a plan with that. I was just mentioning to you what we wanted to do.
Okay.
And he would submit a plan that would show you exactly what that was.
I've just never heard of the fact that somebody would come in and suggest that they want a separate room that has nothing to do with the rest of the place.
Well, it's a hotel room just like any other room in the building. It's just, just instead of keep making it an amenity area for guests, it would be a hotel room.
Okay, thank you. Debbie?
Okay, if I could indulge, thank you to the applicant. And Charles, I know you and I have talked about potential issues with the structure of the building while it's going through what is an issued permit of concrete restoration. But I just want to make it clear for the board and what the board is able to do today and what the board cannot do today. Since this application was advertised as only a partial demolition, actually, if you look at the plans, the demolition is extremely narrow in scope that is currently proposed. In the event that the project team is going through more detailed engineering analysis and additional portions of the building would be required to be demolished, with the extreme end being the entire building is required to be demolished. That does require an application that is fully noticed. We have not received that application today, and we have not noticed that application today. So while I appreciate the update, because this, with historic buildings, it's always a living, moving project when you start getting into construction, and things do happen, and it's not unusual that we see these situations where we have to, where the team reevaluates, what is possible structurally and what is not. That's not before you today, but again, the update is helpful, so the board understands that, possible future applications may be coming to them. The other aspect that I wanted to clarify is what they're coming in for you today to ask for approval of is the rooftop. So while they're asking, I think, for an approval and a continuance, the remainder of the work shown on the plans, because there is work proposed for the lower levels, that's an administrative approval because that's restorative. I mean, the project is largely restorative, which is fantastic, similar to the project we heard earlier. But those are all items that staff can review and approve administratively. So really, it would be, I think, a continuance of the application for the rooftop. In the event the scope of demolition increases, that would be a re-advertised application. Okay. If that makes sense. So I just wanted to clarify, and Mr. Breslin's correct. So, you can, I think, to give general, rather vague comments about, the potential loss of the building or structural feasibility is okay. But when an application comes to you, in the extreme case of a request for total demolition and reconstruction, part of that evaluation and the evidence that needs to be into the record is a structural analysis and engineering information. That is a critical component of how we evaluate, that level of demolition and reconstruction. We don't have that today, so I would just caution you from making a decision and expressing that opinion verbally today, whether you're in support of it or not. And I think Nick would agree with me on that.
Yeah.
Right. Based on your comment, Ms. Wrestling, we've done further concrete analysis, and it's just looking more that we'll probably have to replace all the beams and all the columns. So I was just trying to think ahead, because I've seen a lot of projects where they've stripped the inside, and we've already stripped the inside. It's been stripped probably 9 months now. Because I was concerned a little bit about the structure, because I do a lot of small forensic investigation before I start doing my drawings. So the city allowed us to strip the whole inside as the master permit, and then everything else is as a revision. And the more we've walked through the contractors and everybody and doing testing, probably we'll be replacing most of the columns and beams, which we could do, but I'm afraid, as I've seen in other projects where the buildings are stripped and they tried to do that the building has had to be replicated. So I was trying to fast forward that and trying to get an opinion how everybody felt, because the last thing I want to do is come back again with the new rooftop addition, ask for replication, and then the board's like, no replication, and design a brand new building. So I really prefer replicating the building, because it's a really beautiful, design, and I think it's an asset to the city of Miami Beach. So I was trying to gauge how everybody feels about the building off the record.
I don't know if we are in a position to do that.
Yeah, and I agree. I think Charles, they're going to need a lot more technical information as to the structure of the building, what you're proposing, how the new proposal is impacting the structure. But again, it's appreciated to kind of put this out in the open. Most people, will wait until the building is failing, and we've been in that situation before during construction, where it's past the point of even being able to save it all or any of the elements. And we do see after the fact applications for that type of thing. But I don't believe the board has the evidence that's required to issue any type of opinion on whether they're okay with the total demolition and replication. They can discuss, the importance of the existing building and the fact that they want to see it restored and they want to see it look like it does today, if that's the case.
Okay. Are we through board questions? Kirk, did you have any other questions?
I'm a little confused, because I know we often get requests for additions, and what's being stated here leads me to wonder, is the building as it is structurally unsound, or is it the addition that's not? I mean, it was built as a two-story building. Maybe the structure wasn't really anticipated and isn't capable of holding a third story, and that's not really clear to me. Nor is it usually, I guess, if there's an engineering report that states the feasibility of maintaining, but I think that certainly is relevant to us being able to make a proper decision.
Right. The rooftop addition has no bearing, because the building card clearly states that the building was designed as a 3-story building, and the foundations will support that and the walls will support that. And I have confirmation from my structural engineer. Actually, when we come back to the another proposal for a single unit, it's going to actually be lighter, because right now we have all those lagoons and all the, we'll still have a swimming pool up there, but it won't be so whimsical or crazy like that. So the building is designed, it's clearly stated in the microfilm as designed as a 3-story structure. So that's not the issue what we're backing up into, because we know we'd have to do, probably soil embellishment and reinforcing columns is not a big deal on that.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'll ask the applicant to sit down. We'll go ahead with our disclosures and open the public comment.
Are there any disclosures from the board members on this application? Seeing none, we can open up the public hearing. Anyone in chambers wishing to comment, please come forward. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Matthew Goltanoff, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Miami Design Preservation League. We support the project with the changes that were proposed according to the staff recommendations. We're thankful that the property owner withdrew their variance request for 2 a.m. on the rooftop. We also have noted that this continues to be a transitional residential area, and it needs to be protected from potential adverse impacts. With respect to the new information that we learned today about the potential structural issues with the building, we're open to learning more about it. We don't have a position on the question of replication in this instance, but we do want to state that we believe it might be premature to be talking about full demolition and replication in that instance. So thank you very much. Again, we support the staff recommendations for a certificate of appropriateness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on Zoom we have Wayne Roberts.
Thank you. So my concern with the presentation was it may be an honest appraisal, right, of the columns and the structure and the 30-year life or 40-year life of the building in its current configuration. But I'm concerned that developers use demolition as a means to gain an advantage. I would hope that we protect, this building. It looks beautiful. Additionally, the rooftop deck, they're putting, I don't think a hotel room, they're putting a suite with a pool. And I don't know what residents are nearby, but I would be very fearful if I was a resident close by, and this is outside your purview, but it should impact your decision making, is what are they going to do with that property? Are they going to put speakers on the outside? Are they going to turn it into a party suite, for parties? What is their objective? I would imagine that rooftop suite is going to be a couple thousand square feet. It's not going to be a little room. It's not a hotel room. It's a suite the size of a major apartment. So I don't understand what their business plan is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is BJ Mundachira.
Hi, good morning. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here. I am a resident in the neighborhood, and I would like to voice my concerns about everything that has been proposed in this plan. For starters, the fact that this is being planned right across a school should probably be concerned to a lot of the people involved. I see kids of all ages from early morning till sometimes also in the evenings, depending on they have special classes or other activities going on in the school. So that's concern number one. As we know what the general crowd that will be attracted to a project such as Tantra will be. Concern number two is personally speaking, my bedroom windows overlook this building. And so in the past few months, with all the construction that has happened and the clearing out, just cleaning out the building that has happened, it has been disturbing to me, to state as an understatement. I work from home, as is the case for a number of us in this nation currently. And I have been told during my work Zoom calls to keep the background noise down when it is I'm not the source of the background noise. It is simply happening right outside my window. So if we are thinking of demolishing this building, that's again highly concerning to me. And the other stage, if we don't demolish the building and it is a fully fledged business happening, whereas Mr. Wayne Roberts had just stated, if there's loud music playing or there's a loud, people speaking, my windows, actually all my windows do overlook this building, as I mentioned earlier. I will be forced to work somewhere else, and I don't think that is fair because, this is my home. I've been living here for a while. I work here. I live here. I have family who visits with little kids in this building, in my home, and so forcing me out of my home and my workspace is going to be a very, traumatic event for me personally. I know there are people in this building, other residents in this condo association, who also are put up with similar challenges as a result of this project. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just would like to request the board members that when they do make a decision, they are taking all these points on board before the final decision is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Seeing none? So you can close the public hearing.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And let's see, we can now hear from our board.
Yes, I think that we were very fair with everybody to give everybody an opportunity to speak, including the public, but that we really don't have an application before us today. This is something that needs to be continued because they said that the plan that was noticed to the public and that we received in advance, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. We're here to review a particular project, and that everybody has a fair opportunity to review it and comment on it. But today we're being told that pretty much everything we were here to review is off the table. And Debbie explained to us that the remaining elements could go through an administrative review. And the architect had asked us, well, what do you guys think about demolition? But we're here on an application, not an application to demolish the building. And I think that that's just like a hypothetical that I don't even know if that's within our authority for somebody to come to us and say, well, we're thinking about filing an application sometime in the future. Will you let us know if what the board views, how the board views our proposal, so we don't go through the time of preparing the plans? Nobody's come before us like that before. I don't know if we're even able to do such a thing, like that they just sort of take our temperature. You file an application, and if the application needs changes, we make our comments, and then it's continued. I think that's the stage we're at today. That the very beginning is our application has been changed. So we're not even applying for anything today. We just want to know that if in the future we want to demolish the building, how do you feel about it? I think that it needs to be continued, and they can bring something else before us, and then we can review the application. But we're not in a position to make any decisions on this application today because the application itself has pretty much been gutted.
Thank you, Stuart. Ray?
The applicant himself said it should be continued until we get to see what that room on the roof is going to look like. As far as the possibility of demolition, if we go back to the Vanderbilt on Collins Avenue, which is now the Setai, I mean, they were supposed to restore that building. It had been in neglect and closed, and it was determined that it couldn't be refurbished, and it did have to be torn down and rebuilt. And honestly, anybody that didn't know that going by would probably think it was an original building. So, things like that can happen, but until we actually have that presented to us and we see what's going, we have nothing to do but continue it.
No, I would make a motion. I agree with them, but Laura didn't speak yet.
I thank you for the transparency. I do appreciate it, and I understand from your position. It's very difficult juggling all these different variables that come up inevitably with these buildings that have been unoccupied. That's really the challenge here, right? Is it hasn't been occupied for so long, and that's why you're facing these structural issues. So. I do think the application that I see in front of me is much improved, and I would be in favor of it because I do think you took all of the board's concerns from the last meeting that you presented at to heart, and I do see that here. I don't know if that's actually what you guys want and intend to do, but I would be supportive of that, and if you guys would like to come back and continue, I'm also supportive of that as well. If you wanted to bifurcate the two issues, I'm supportive of that as well. I really just want to see this project move forward and something positive for the neighborhood, because I think a lot of the neighbor concerns are that there's nothing happening at this project. In terms, and I really don't want to conflate the two issues, but there is an avenue for recreation per the Secretary of Interior standards, and I would just encourage you that, as you know, I'm sure, there is a pathway there if that is the last resort option, which is not ideal in any scenario. There is a path forward there, and would just encourage that application checks all those boxes, because it is a high threshold to meet. Thank you.
I just have mixed feelings about this. There were a lot of components that I was originally excited about with this project. I'm just going to say the little pieces, obviously. I agree with staff on the signage. I think that would be a terrible precedent to start using historical signage to promote new businesses. I know it's out of our jurisdiction, but I'm still unhappy about the fireplaces and the interior aspects that are being lost, and it just seems useless to me. It doesn't seem like there was even an effort. And the new information regarding the possible loss of the building in its entirety, I don't know what to say. My stomach starts turning on that one, and I don't have the criteria to even respond to it. There's not an engineering report that states what the foundation of that is, so it just undermines any feelings I could have for the project and how to guide it moving forward. I'm not sure for lack of the technical information to address that, I'm not even sure if it's at a stage where it's ready for a continuance. That's a serious question. So I'm not really sure where to go with that one. It's a beautiful building. 1,000,000% supportive of seeing it reinvigorated and brought back to life. But there's just so many questions right now. So I appreciate the update, though. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirk. I think the proposal is very, very interesting, and it makes me very curious to see, what kind of life it's going to have. I think from the rooftop on down, I can see there's a special energy here in the way that it's been laid out. It does have, I think, some curiosities. For example, the circulation coming from the sidewalk at the corner is labeled entrance, right? But it does look like there's another entrance on the east side of the property line that would take you to an elevator and your stair B, which I guess is the way you would access the hotel if you're going straight to the hotel. So I wonder, is there going to be signage for the hotel to get you to that gate, or is someone expected to navigate in another way? With regard to the stair A, I see it's a revised staircase, and it's open to the sidewalk. I don't see any gates or anything. So it looks like anybody off of the sidewalk could make their way up that stair directly to the roof. Or perhaps stop at the second floor. I guess you would need, access through a door to enter at that point. But that open stair goes all the way to the roof. There's no roof or protection over that stair, so it seems like it's just a continuous open area from the roof down to the sidewalk, which is very interesting. But I wonder, is there going to be a gate there to control who goes in and out? And if so, you might expect to see that here. And I appreciate the comment from the neighbor who's concerned about noise and use for people who might work from home or have young children visiting. I'm sensitive to that, so I would just, I guess, reiterate that that concern was voiced the last time it was presented, and part of the applicant's addressing of that issue is the introduction of a large glass wall, which I think will help mitigate some of the sound from the roof. But then that also presents another challenge, because you've got a 7-foot wall separating you from the landscape buffer. So, that any landscape really needs to be maintained. I think that presents a bit of a challenge to maintain that landscape if you have to, pour water over a 7-foot wall. I don't know how that works. So it's a really interesting project. It's got a number of, I think, quirky, unique things about it. But, overall, I'm in favor of it. I think it's hard to talk about its potential demolition without having some sense of, is this thing... I imagine the applicant is bringing it up because there's some evidence of substantial structural decay that you would even bring it up at this point. So I'm glad to know that we have a process in place to address it if it comes up. So anyway, I'm in favor of it and hope that any outstanding issues can be worked out with staff. In particular, the kind of circulation and need for potential additional gates and signage at the street level. So with that, I think that concludes the board comment. Would someone like to propose a motion?
Can I make one additional comment? Because the last time we discussed this, there was also not only the fireplaces, but the discussion of the ironwork. And if this becomes a question of a reconstruction, then there would be the question of trying to salvage the original materiality. I just want that to have been mentioned in light of this new discussion.
Okay. I'll make a motion to continue it until we get to see what the room on the rooftop looks like, and maybe by then we'll have some additional information on what you can do to save the building.
Okay, and we need a date certain to continue the application. If
it's up to them when they can give us that information.
Well, it's up to the board.
Well, I mean, okay.
But yes, I think we all need a little bit more clarity on what they would be bringing back. Would you be bringing back the larger project with more structural information and an increased scope of demolition? If that's the case, that needs to be re-advertised. So that would be pushing it out.
I was only looking
further.
for the rooftop in the continuance. Anything beyond that, they would
currently.
have to come back.
Okay.
Right. So I think 3 months is what we would...
Well, the rooftop could come back fairly quickly. And of course that could go to the board and be approved and everything. And I think if any type of replication would be possibly either part of that or maybe as a separate agenda, a separate line item.
Okay.
But again, if we would ask for replication, it would be the same building and the rooftop is...
It's not an issue today. We're talking about...
the rooftop is really on its own, yes.
Okay. So is January okay with the applicant? January 10th?
We could
for this current application with the changes you described regarding the program.
Well, as far as the program, we could be earlier than that. So
you can make it January. It's fine.
When would be the December?
There's a December 13th date as well. We would need all revised plans by Monday.
No.
Okay. So let's go, Mr. Breslin, if you agree, the continuance to January 10th? Okay, so that's the motion. Do we have a second? Second. All those in favor? Ms. Liebman, are you in favor? Okay, any opposed? No, that's unanimous. We'll see you in January.
Thank you very much.
When would be the submittal date for the January
We'll
hearing?
email you.
Great, thank you. Debbie.
Thank you. Okay, we did have a time certain of 11:30. It's not quite 11:30 yet. So maybe, Mr. Chair, I think we can go to, let's see, the next application. The next application, maybe let's do, is probably more lengthy. We can take a 5-minute break and then go to the 11:30.
Okay, welcome back to the HPB meeting. We are going to continue with the next applicant, and I'll ask the staff to go ahead and present that to us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The next application is HPB 220515. This is 1665 and 1667 Washington Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the total demolition of a non-contributing structure and the construction of a new office building. The subject development site is comprised of 2 parcels located mid-block on the east side of Washington Avenue between Lincoln Road and 17th Street. The applicant is proposing to construct a new 6-story office building on the site consisting of approximately 21,000 square feet of office, a ground-level lobby and coffee shop, and a mechanical parking garage. In order to accommodate the new building, the applicant is proposing the total demolition of the non-contributing existing building located on the surface parking lot. Staff does not believe that this building, which was constructed in 1997, contributes to the historic or architectural character of the district, and we have no objection to the requested demolition. Staff is generally very supportive of the architecture and the design of this project. It is located on one of the most heavily trafficked commercial corridors in the city. The upper levels of the building are compatible with its neighbors in terms of its overall scale and massing, and we do believe there is consistency with the architectural design, scale, and massing in this area of the historic district. We did express a concern in the staff report regarding the ground level in terms of the urban qualities of the vehicular entrance. In its current form, that submitted in your current plans, there is approximately 60% of that frontage that is for vehicular entry and loading spaces. I will say that since the submittal of these plans, staff has continued to work with the applicant. We have continued to express our concern, and they have actually shown us, and I believe it's part of their presentation today, some further development of that area, including the incorporation of a valet office on the south side of that area, which we do believe is an improvement and will further activate this area. So the other concern, and I believe they have some updated plans that are further developed, was with regard to the finishes of that plaza. So it's important to note that prior to coming before this board, the applicant did go through the planning board process for conditional use. That was heard by the planning board and actually approved by the planning board. Part of that analysis and that application also focused on that ground level and the vehicular entrance, and whether or not that was, from an operational standpoint, the preferred option. The planning board did approve the existing plan with the vehicular access as shown. So at this point, when staff was reviewing it in terms of consistency with the certificate of appropriateness criteria, we did include some recommendations with regard to the aesthetics and the character of that portion at the ground floor. And we do believe we have some recommendations that will help improve the character and aesthetics and urban quality of that space. And that includes some further development of the materiality of that entry, lighting within the entry. We do believe that will help to mitigate the fact that this is a vehicular entrance, which is not ideal when you're in such a highly pedestrianized urban environment. So with that, we do have some recommendations, but we're highly supportive of the project. And we are recommending approval. I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Does the board have any questions for staff? I don't see any. So welcome to the applicant. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the board. For the record, Alfredo Gonzalez with Greenberg Traurig on behalf of the applicant. Here we meet as owners' representatives. Octave, we have our architects, Kobe Karp, landscape architects, and unfortunately, last month there was an issue because of a religious holiday with flights getting down here in the oncoming storm. Michael Schwab wasn't able to make it to our hearing today. But he didn't want to continue again. He wanted to proceed. He's going to be on Zoom if he's needed. But he did want to apologize for not being able to be here live. As Debbie pointed out, we did go before the planning board prior to this to get our conditional use permit that allows us to build over 50,000 square feet, gross square feet, because it's in a commercial district. We also got approvals for the mechanical lifts and the car elevators. And at that hearing, there was a very extensive discussion over the vehicular traffic and what we call as a porte cochere. We don't like to call it a driveway because if you'll see when Kobe gives you the presentation, it's not your typical gray, boxy driveway that you see throughout the beach. There's a lot of thought put into it. But the board, at the end of the day, the planning board 7-0 approved, and our traffic consultant and the city's traffic consultant all agreed with the conclusions. But with that, we get here to HPB, and I know staff had some additional concerns, and we've been working with staff and the community to address some of those concerns, and I think we've addressed them in the presentation Kobe will give. So there is additional lighting into the porte cochere that you see that there was concern about it, the darkness of it. There's two things. A, there's more lighting. It's also, at the end, we'll have a commissioned art piece by a Welsh artist, Cedric Wynne Evans. It's a light fixture that will go specifically for this building that will be able to be viewed as the pedestrians walk along the sidewalk at any time of the day or night. In addition to the lighting, we added the valet office that takes up the southern corner facing Washington Avenue, that we activated that corner that wasn't previously activated. And obviously, because it's an office building and our tenants, it's a valet-only office building, our valet operates 24/7, so tenants could access their offices at any time. In addition, in order to try to open the pedestrian experience, we did two more things. We moved the May Beach Red sidewalk onto our property, so it goes up 15 feet up to the first floor entrance of the lobby. So you'll see from Kobe's description, it gives you that more openness to make it look it's more a larger public sidewalk. In addition, we have the recess, the ground floor, so you have a 15-foot setback and a 15-foot height opening. So another concern that was the view corridor into the green view, which is immediate to our north. So as a pedestrian or someone walking, we'll have more views into the building. And we did do extensive landscaping to buffer along the two buildings for this. And with that, I'd like to have Kobe Karp go over the updated renderings that show many of the changes I just described. And then at the end, we could during rebuttal, I'll talk about a couple conditions that I want to ask for modifications.
Good morning. My name is Kobe Karp. Thank you very much for your time.
Kobe, I'm sorry, were you sworn in this morning? Oh, okay. And anyone else I haven't sworn in yet, could you raise your right hands? Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Kobe Karp. So as Debbie has said, we've had an extensive opportunity to work with staff and go into the planning. Also, they had certain conditions upon us which we did agree to. In essence, what we're discussing here is that we have an opportunity. This is the red sidewalk, and as the building is set back, what we did is we floated up the building. So by floating up the building, the white volume with floor-to-ceiling glass opens up essentially to the park. We are in a very unique location. We have a great opportunity to open up to the park across Washington Avenue, which lets to have greater visualization to the park, which then it connects us to the performing building by Gary. So what we did is we created a drop-off, which I have some samples and materials here, which I'll be happy to share, which are terrazzo and vernacular concrete materials that blend well, that essentially create an open space that when I am coming or looking across from the building, I am able to see the floating, allowing the landscaping to come through to the green view, but at the same time also allow me to have a vista that opens up to the performing a park across the street. We feel that there is an opportunity to create a signature building. So the materials that you see here, Michael has a dear friend by the name of Peter Marino, and these images are quite delicate, and I'll pass them around just to see. The materiality is quite extensive. It's like a Chanel store, materials and finishes. And as Debbie mentioned, we have here on the left-hand side the valet. Sorry, my left, your right is the valet. And to your left is the lobby. So the whole facade becomes a luxurious facade that treats the park across the street as our point of destination. We really feel that opening it up to Washington Avenue and creating a unique destination creates an opportunity not only for the building to be a more unique building. This is the artwork that we have going into the project. We think Michael is on the Zoom with us. He desires to make a luxury building in that destination. We don't want to have concrete bumpers blocking our physical and visual relationship to the park. We want to raise our building so that we have visualization through to the green view. As was mentioned, we have met with our neighbors. I have Carolina here. She's the landscape architect with CLAD. We have green walls that allow us to create a buffer along the green view, but most important, also to create a green wall along the alley. Regretfully, our alley, this is the landscaping that we are proposing for the green view. And the reason for that is we feel that the green space and the landscaping that we have on Washington Avenue, plus the landscaping in the forefront of the green view, will really create a unique opportunity, because regretfully, on one side we have an alley, and if you look at the alley pictures, which is part of the package, the trash is continuously in the alley. And so that experience we are trying to shield by the green wall. And it was mentioned by staff, we are lighting up our ground level because we want to make it not only an experience for the folks who stay in the office building, but we also want to have a great visualization. So when you are at the park looking to the east, or you're walking along Washington Avenue, you have a wow effect. And that wow effect comes from the landscaping, comes from the materials and the finishes that we are proposing in there. This is the image of the reception lobby with the here is the lobby, the open lobby, the light chandelier, and the valet. And the building has finials. It has floor-to-ceiling glass that brings the outdoor in. See, he told me to hold it on top, not on the bottom, because then I blocked it. And then what happens is that we want to have the people who use the office building open up the sliding glass doors and let the air in and be part of the outdoor environment. Also, not to go so quick, we have a rooftop terrace for the guests of the office building. Very passive, very quiet solarium on the rooftop. And with that, I'll be quiet. And if you have any questions, suggestions, I'll be here. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we'll reserve for rebuttal after the public comment, unless there's any questions.
Thank you. We'll take any questions from the board at this time. Questions for the applicant? No?
It's an excellent presentation. And when I first looked at it, I was concerned about the tiles being much like Lincoln Road in that last block, when people that are physically challenged look at it and say, I don't think so, and women with high heels get, whatever. But it looks to me like your tiles are smooth, and that will not present a problem. But that was my original concern. I think you guys have done a great job. Thank you.
You're right. Any other questions? Okay. I don't see any other questions, so...
I have a question. Okay. It's sort of a general question for staff. I'm just wondering, for instance, looking at proposals for Collins Avenue versus these for Washington Avenue, there wasn't any rendering that seemed to show the contextual height with the buildings in the area. And, I mean, is that something that's not... is it required when you're doing Collins Avenue but not Washington, or what are the guidelines on that?
The contextual, they do show in context the project, so that's what's required.
But they don't show it in context to any other historic building except for the Greenview in terms of the actual heights.
Well, the Bourgeoisie is that a non-contributing building? They do show what's adjacent to it. And the next, I'm not sure what the next closest contributing building is.
I can answer if you'd like.
I'm sort of asking in context of the buildings. Obviously the buildings to the south, the Albion, National, the Delano. It doesn't really show.
Well, and the tricky thing is those are in different zoning districts as well. Those are, they're not in the immediate area consistent with the same zoning district.
And I can answer that. I know that we did present to the board back in the summer when we were going through our text amendment, and those questions did come out. We did have a presentation specifically dealing with the context and how you specifically mentioned some of the hotels along Collins Avenue. Our building, because it is south, it didn't have any impact. We showed that it had zero impact on any view corridor from either Soundscape Park or pedestrian experience on Washington Avenue. The impacts were really on the buildings to the north of us that may have created some impacts in their construction. But just so understand that while we're at 80 feet on the same block, the Bourgeoisie is about close to 65 feet. You have the Thompson Hotel that this board looked at last month that takes up almost half the block, which is at 83 feet. They had a 3-foot height variance. And then across the street, you have the 407, which is over 100 feet. And once you cross over Lincoln Road along Washington Avenue, you're permitted to go up to 100 feet, especially for offices. So that corridor, this is, we thought, was in context. And we had made those presentations in detail for the text amendment to this board.
And I had just one question. Oh, if you'd like, go ahead, Stuart.
So I understand that the planning board already handled the issue of the porte-cochere and for the cars to come in and out. Do we have any input like, I'm wondering if are any requirements to make sure that people walking on the sidewalk know that cars are coming in and out, and to make sure that, like, the valet drivers know as well, because I know a lot of places, I guess it varies, but you see a lot of places where they might have the convex mirrors, so the drivers can see if there are pedestrians, or there might be a sign or a light to let somebody know, or a gate. I don't know what the legal requirements are in a circumstance like this, but I know that it would be helpful to reduce pedestrian and car conflicts there.
Ms. Board Member Reed, I could answer your question. The planning board...
If I may, let's just get the rest of the questions out, then you can address them together. Sorry, Alfredo. Because I also wanted to ask about the driveway and the frontage, seeing that staff report is pointing out the need for a more limited vehicular curb cut and a further activation of the street front. So I wonder if you could address that too. I guess it goes hand in hand.
Okay. Was there any more questions? Those are the last two? And yes.
Thank you so much. It's beautiful, the project. It's wow. My question is, after the 4th level, did you look at some sort of setback for the 5th and 6th level? It just, to me, it's beautiful, but even if it could be recessed even like 10 feet back and create some sort of terrace on those levels, I think it would help with some of the contextual scale concerns that other board members are bringing up.
So let me just jump in. There's a couple of things.
And I'm sorry, one last question about the glass, which looks like it's, you can't really see the frame of the glass, which is, lovely. On the front elevations, or the rendering on the front cover, it looks like when it turns the corner, you don't see any glass, you don't see any metal frame either. Is there some special detail to that, or are we going to see some metal that we don't see in the rendering?
You want me to answer, or you want to answer?
No, I can want to answer that. Answer the design. Answer the 2 design question. I'll go back to the parking and the other stuff.
So number one, to go, the glass is a structural glass, butt joint. So it's frameless. So there are no frames. We did go to planning, and the planning did like our ability, because we do have a rather small building. They like that we are bringing the vehicles onto the property and having the drop-off all the way to the back. And that's where the valet is. And like Stuart said, what we were requested at planning is that when you drive out, you don't have an ability to just drive out. There's a stainless steel post at the end that will stop you. You'll get to it. It'll come down, and then you'll be able to exit. The staff comments that came upon the relationship to the street, we introduced the valet on one side, and also the lobby, and by pushing the glazing back, that allowed us, as you walk from the south to the north on Washington Avenue, to see the front entry porch of the Green View. And when you walk also from the same way from the north to the south, you have that foreground landscaping. To answer your question about the stepping back, right? So that's why we introduced the finials with the floor-to-ceiling glass. We felt that we wanted to create a small footprint of the building. The building has a footprint of about 4,000 square feet. And that's what we did, and we stepped back the rooftop on the solarium level to have the outdoor area. We also felt that by floating the building and pushing back, meaning to the east, the glass wall of the lobby and the valet, it creates a wider sidewalk experience with the landscaping and the trees, so that when people walk north and south, more so than ever before, and part of your package is setbacks of other buildings on Washington Avenue, and our building is set back nicely, not only at the ground level, not only to relate to the green view, which we feel that together with the green view, and that's why we took the geometry of the green view with the floor-to-ceiling glass and took it, so instead of being horizontal, we went more like this. And the reason we did that is we felt that not only do we relate to the green view better, but we feel that at the end of the day, with the alley, existing alley on our south, and the entry to the hotel garage on our north side of the green view, that's where you enter the garage, and that's where you exit the garage at the property line. We feel that setting it back and creating a wider pink sidewalk, creating nicer materials, implementing more light, creating the glazing to the north and to the south with the materials and the finishes, which are very high quality, is what creates a standard for that. Sorry about the length.
And then just to add two responses. Chairman Lopez, we did, from the original submittal, expand and reduce and add the valet office on the south end, so that reduced to address the concerns the staff had raised before we went to planning board. So I think we addressed that concern that way. And then the planning board did require, we agreed to proffer to do a bollard as you exit. So as you come in, there's plenty of room to queue and valet, so it doesn't impede on the public right-of-way on the driveway or Washington Avenue. But there was a concern that when you exit, there may be a conflict with pedestrian. So there's a bollard that is required, and it's in the planning board order that as you exit, they'll have to lower the bollard, so it forces you to stop. You can't just get your car and speed out. You'll be at a stop, the bollard comes down, and then you can easily get into the intersection. I will let you know that there has been a driveway there for well over 30 years, 24/7. But I mean, we did everything we do to improve the situation. And both traffic consultants, the city's peer review and our traffic consultant, thought this was the best solution. So. Any more questions?
Two more questions, actually.
Okay.
Just to clarify, and I appreciate your responses, but the bollard, I don't see it on the site plan, or maybe perhaps you could describe where that is. And I'm looking for those architectural details, but I don't have any of the A7s in this package.
Where's the site plan? The driveway plan?
No.
Here we go. And I'm sorry, if you look at our updated site plan, you see that dot? It's in the order, the planning board order. So the planning board order has a condition that requires the bollard to be approved by staff. So we don't have all the details of it, but it's similar to what we see in Europe, where it's mechanical. The valet will have to allow you to get out. It's something you see. It's very typical in Europe. I was just in London, and throughout Europe, you'll see them, and in other parts of the country. So we had agreed with the planning staff that had this similar concern, that by adding the bollard, and the traffic consultants and the board felt comfortable that would stop someone from getting their car and just speeding off into the sidewalk. So, because if it's up, you have to stop. They lower it, then you ease off into the intersection. So while I don't have detailed drawings of it, it is a part of our recorded order in the planning board, that is also part of our requirements.
Okay, thank you so much.
Any?
No, I think that was it. Okay. I guess at this point we can do disclosures and go to public comment. Any disclosures from the board?
I recall getting an email that I forwarded to staff, so that should be part of the public record.
I was recently in New York and had the occasion to visit another Shvo lobby, which was quite nice. That being said, I can remain impartial here.
Okay, Any members of the public wishing to comment, please come forward or please raise your hand if you are on Zoom. Your microphone?
Yes, I had it. Where is it?
There you go.
I had a disclosure a couple of weeks ago with the Michael Chabot and where did you cover? and Alfredo.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
My turn? Hi. Good afternoon by 1 minute, everybody. First of all, thank you for the work you do. It's critically important to how our city functions and looks, and the standard to which we hold ourselves, I think, is super important. So thank you all for serving on the board. It's seriously important. A few disclosures. My name is Lyle Stern. I office at 1665 Washington Avenue. I have a real estate company called the Conover Stern Group. We do predominantly retail leasing and consulting. We're the prior owner of this building. We sold this building to Michael Chabot. He owned the adjacent lot. We have no financial interest in the outcome of this whatsoever. Our closing is done and passed. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Lincoln Road bid. You've already got a resolution. The bid passed. So I'm really speaking as a private businessman and as a resident. And while I'm heartbroken at the intended destruction of a Kobe Carp masterpiece, I nonetheless have to just vociferously support this building. In our professional world, what we do is we look to recruit great restaurant operators, hotel operators, businesses to our community. We spend a lot of time doing that. And our city keeps getting better and better, in large part to the planning staff, the HPB board, the DRB board, and the governance of the city at creating beautiful structures and creating districts that now are touching as nodes and creating better walkability as we go from one district to the next. And the very choppiness of our city from a leasing perspective has been quite difficult in terms of bringing in further investment. This building gives us the opportunity to do that on Washington Avenue and to connect over from Collins Avenue, Casa Tua, the Convention Center, the New World Symphony, and is a critical piece to what we're all looking to see happen in the Lincoln Road District and in the Washington Avenue District as well. And these filling in of better pieces, more light, more walkability, more pedestrian enhancement. So the timing couldn't be any better with the Thompson Hotel just to the north, the intended Lincoln Road redevelopment coming with the James Corner plan. Additionally, quite candidly, as somebody that's always out in the public speaking to and recruiting tenants to our city, office tenants, retail tenants, developers, et cetera, having this level of design to talk about, a Peter Marino building in collaboration with Kobe Carp, in addition to everything that's happening on Collins Avenue with the Raleigh and the Delano, the Shore Club, the Bulgari. We have a lot to talk about. And as we tour tenants through the city and we're pointing out the different projects that are happening, projects like this are what excite people. The hotels, the office buildings, the new retail, the new streetscapes. So I heavily endorse and support the project. I encourage you to move it forward quickly because, quite candidly, I think it's just another important step for our city. And these buildings will take, a bit of time to demolish and build. So I'm excited about this. I'm excited about all the new projects in the city. I'm excited about this, and I thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment?
Good afternoon. I'm Howard Herring. I'm the president of the New World Symphony. Some of you have been with our project for a very long time, but I wanted to comment on what I see happening here with this building and with the neighborhood, and you've heard Lyle already prep you for that. You guys are historic preservation. We think about the future. That's our job at the New World Symphony. And part of that future is the public-private partnership that was set up to create our building. And the flagship or the most essential part, or the most popular part of that partnership is the wall cast. So we do those wall casts throughout the year. We do 10 or 12 a year. The city has films on the wall. That wall has become a center of gravity, cultural center of gravity in this community. This building and what else happens, Thompson Hotel and the other aspects of this neighborhood, are going to create ever more important and meaningful activity for this city. So we're very, very much enthusiastic. One important fact, when we started the Wallcasts, as we designed that building, the question was how many people did we think we could attract to a Wallcast? At that point, we said, let's design a sound system that will go for 700 or 800 people. We were at 1,000 people by the fourth or fifth Wallcast. We are now at 2,000 people per Wallcast. We have purchased and are working with the city to create a mobile wall, an LED screen, and we put it up on the first Wallcast of this season, but the rain got to us. Torrential rainstorm that day. There were about 50 people in the park, crazies as they were. But our wall, this LED wall, will be facing the southeast corner of the park so that we can now serve that 25% of the area. We think about 400 or 500 people can see this mobile wall. The beauty of it is that we've synchronized it with you. It will not disrupt what's going on the big wall, and it will, in fact, expand the viewing area and the number of people. 75% of the people who come to the wall have never purchased a ticket to the New World Symphony. It's an entire second audience. 80% come in groups of 5 or more. It is community. 40% go to Lincoln Road as part of their experience. So we are enlivening the neighborhood. This building's going to take us one more step, and we see this neighborhood getting better and better and better. Thanks to all of you who are pushing that forward and making sure that the choices are wise choices and the enthusiasm that comes from this public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no one else wishing to comment. Oh, we have one more.
Good afternoon. Matthew Goltanoff, representing the Miami Design Preservation League. Since our last position statement on this last month, we've learned that the applicant has worked to address some of the concerns regarding the compatibility and sensitivity to the contributing Green Rue Hotel to the north. Some of those concerns were with respect to the massing of the building and how it perhaps overwhelmed that adjacent historic structure. What we've learned is that the architect has set back the north part of the lobby to be more in line with the green view, and it increases the view corridors to that structure. Also, we've learned that they are going to be activating the ground level with the introduction of a valet office. They'll be adding more lighting in the ceiling and extending the Miami Beach red sidewalk to the building entrance. So with these changes, we believe that they've addressed many of our concerns, and we support this project along with the staff recommendations. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jack Finglass. I'm a Mid-Beach resident, and I'm speaking for myself. I first want to compliment Kobe Karp and applaud him. I rarely do that, and it brings tears to my eyes how beautiful this project is. You outdid yourself, and I hope that you all will vote to approve it. The quality of the detailing and the space it creates is extraordinary. When you compare it to the Thompson Hotel next door, which I voted against when I was on the HPB, this is stellar, as that is not good. And we really need to have more of these buildings, and I just think Kobe has outdone himself, and I hope he does many, many, many more.
Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Thank you very much for all of those public comments. Would the applicant like to give a rebuttal of some sort?
Really quick, just want to talk regarding the staff conditions.
Okay.
So we support the staff recommendation. We ask that condition C1C, which is eliminating the black ceiling within the porte cochere, that would be deleted because we've done the other things to mitigate and lighten up the corridor that way. So we've asked that be deleted. And we leave it up to the board whether or not C1G, a plaque showing the history of the 1990s building in the parking lot, if you want, whatever you like.
Staff has no objection to removing the plaque condition, although we do love Kobe Carp.
And with those two deletions, we would support the board and respectfully request the board to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who would like to start on the board? Ray.
Well, first off, thank you for having the letter from the Greenview, because that was always a bone of contention, having this little building stuck between two big buildings. And you have done a lot for that. Lyle, I hate to tell you this, but when you built that building in 1997, I said, this is the god-awful, ugliest building I've ever seen. And if this is the way Miami Beach is going, oh my goodness. Well, no, but I'm just saying. But at any rate, I'm happy to see that building go, and look what's coming in its place. Thank you very much. It's a great project.
Who would like to go next? Laura, Stuart, Nancy?
These are questions, right?
We're on comments now, so feel free to. Would you like to share some comments?
I don't know which is more exciting here. Kobe, I think, is winning the prize, but there are people in this audience who have contributed and have talked about this project, and they are so right. I am so impressed with the buildings. I had to keep looking to see where they were. That anything that would look like this was going to be in that place, because I hadn't seen where it was going in the middle of Kobe's fabulous project. And I'm just impressed with the whole business here, with the people who have come. I haven't seen some of them in years. And this has just become a bigger and better than just another book that we're reading. It is long-term, it's significant, and it's wonderful. And I think we're very lucky to have the people as well as the energy from everybody. Thank you.
Anyone else? Laura or Stuart?
Well, I'll be probably faster than Laura. I don't have much to say because it just creates good feelings, and that's what you hear from everybody all around. It's pleasant to look at. The neighbors approve it. The symphony across the way, and it's attractive to look at, and so I support it.
Thank you so much for the presentation. It's truly a beautiful project and very supportive. I think, on the setbacks on the upper 5th and 6th levels, if there was a way to do more of a private terrace, and I understand that, if it wasn't in a historic district, I think it would be fantastic to have just this straight facade. You can still charge for those private terraces too, so I don't think it would be an economic burden. And actually, it's a huge amenity for top Class A office to have that on the totally private balconies on the west facade overlooking the park and the symphony. So that would be my preference, but I wouldn't let it really affect my vote. It's a fantastic, beautiful project, so thank you.
So I think it's a really beautiful design. I don't think it's going to come as a surprise to anybody anywhere that I'm a little concerned about the height. And as one of the speakers had mentioned, it is a cultural center. It's a very important, probably one of the most important areas of our neighborhood, or one of the most important areas of our city. And, it's sort of like the Thompson, and I said this previously, that I've been sitting on needles watching that structure go up. And I think when you get to the height that was added through text amendment. It was sort of okay in terms of the context of the Delano and the National, but then you add the bulkhead, which conceals the finial of the National. And it's not that, I mean, I actually think the Thompson is a beautiful building, and I think it's a nice addition to that neighborhood, and I think this will be too. But I'm concerned about the nuances of how the height of this structure may or may not affect the National, the Delano, the Albion, the sightlines to those. And so if it were up to me, I would prefer to see a little more detail in terms of how those sightlines play out. There's no question in my mind that this building should proceed and that I would support it. But unfortunately, I'm uncomfortable supporting it without seeing how those details actually look in the end. But I do support this project 1,000%. I just think that those details should have been analyzed a little closer. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kirk. I really appreciate the work that was done to address some of the staff concerns. In bringing that valet station to the front helps a little bit, but especially that the juice bar with some outdoor seating, I think that's going to give it some nice life. So that the concern of it being, and it's a challenge to have, a driveway right at the front of the building. So I think those two things really help, and of course the selection of materials of very high quality go a very long way. And so, I do believe that this is going to work really nicely. And I would also applaud the applicant for integrating a rampless garage system, which is a really great model because, our garages, they take up so much space in large part because of the ramps that are needed. So, to have a building that can accommodate the parking without those darn ramps is really cool to see, and I think it's good. It's good for the city. It's good for people to have that experience, to learn from that, and hopefully further adapt that. And then, of course, the public comments about the value to the community are very real, and I think that the openness of the building to the park is going to be really quite wonderful. And I know that this is a product that's relatively new to Miami Beach, very limited Class A office. So I believe, and I believe the applicant believes this is going to be a very good thing. So I wholeheartedly, will go for it. And with that, I wonder, does anybody have a motion to make?
Okay, and the applicant has asked to delete condition 1C, 1G. Staff has no objection to that. We don't need a historic plaque here, in my opinion. And they've also asked to remove 1C, 1C, which is regarding the ceiling. They did show you their updated plan with the lighting. So is that part of your motion to remove those two conditions? Okay. So do we have a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Breslin. Let me call the roll. Mr. Reed? Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Pascal?
No.
Ms. Liebman? Yes. Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, lunch was delivered,
Thank you so much.
I think we can do one more quick application before lunch. It's a very narrow scope that the board has previously heard. This is HPB 220538, 2701, 2727 Indian Creek Drive, 233 27th Street, 230 28th Street. This is the Indian Creek Hotel. There was a major redevelopment project, including the restoration of 4 historic buildings, as part of the board's original approval in May of this year. Since that time, the applicant has submitted a modification that include a unit size variance. The board reviewed that request on October. Unfortunately, the day ran kind of long, and we were left with a short board. And the board at that time continued the application today. Just very quickly, the applicant has reduced the variance request from the original application. They are currently requesting only 25 hotel units, ranging in size from 241 to 288. It's also important to note that the vast majority of all units within the new construction do exceed the 300 square feet. So they are asking for the unit size variance for the new addition only, not any of the existing buildings, because the existing buildings are allowed to have 200 square foot units. So all of the units they're asking for variance is for, which again are only 25 of the 118 that are currently proposed, are well over the minimum required for the existing buildings, which is 200. Staff does believe that the unique circumstances of this particular site that contains 4 contributing buildings, including a very significant outdoor space that the applicant is trying to preserve and in turn preserve the character of the entire property. Staff does believe that warrants the variance. We do believe practical difficulties exist and are recommending approval. So with that, if you don't have any questions for me, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Good afternoon. For the record, Javier Avignon with the law firm of Bills and Sundberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue, here on behalf of the owner and applicant. Again, I want to thank staff for working with us. This has been a long road to refresh some of your memories and for the benefit of the chair who was not present for this meeting last time. We have reduced the room size variance request from 93%, which was what we were originally proposing, to 21%. That resulted in a reduction of 26 units that were eliminated as a result of this and as a result of the reconfiguration. As staff pointed out, this is a preservation project. We are preserving 4 contributing buildings, one of which is being relocated to a different area of the site, preserving that courtyard. And as a result, and I mentioned it at the last hearing, but I think it's worthy of mentioning again, the annex building has a setback along 28th that we worked with staff to make sure that we adhered to. It's not consistent with the existing Indian Creek Hotel setback, which would allow us to go forward. And as a result of that, with the alignment of the corridor to connect to the existing building, it yields the configuration of certain rooms that really, create the corridor and create the resulting configuration. It's important to note we've continued to work with staff, and as a result of continuing to work with staff from our last meeting, the staff has pointed out to certain areas of floor area that we were previously counting that do not count pursuant to the code. As a result of that, the 25 rooms and 21% that we were previously requesting is further reduced today. And so our request would be for 18 rooms and 15%. And I also want to dig a little further on the breakdown of those rooms. 5 of those rooms are existing to remain. So of the 18, 5 are existing to remain. 9 are replacements of rooms that are being redistributed. So really what we're talking about is 4 rooms, 4 hotel rooms that are undersized. As several of you pointed out in the last hearing, this is consistent with the neighborhood. This is consistent with what you're seeing, and it's consistent with the conditions of a hotel of this nature. As staff also pointed out in the report, and I think is worth repeating as well, in this district, if this were a rooftop addition or a reconfiguration of the existing so a rooftop addition, new construction, we would be able to have 200 square foot size rooms without the need for a variance. And so, I also wanted to address that in our letter of intent, we did provide, which serves as substantial competent evidence that staff relies on with their report. We provided the details of the hardship criteria, and I'm prepared to go through that if the board so desires in detail. But in the interest of time, and I know you have lunch waiting, and this is a limited item, I will pause, and if you so desire, I'm happy to go through that.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Do any of the board members have any questions for the applicant? No?
What letter is he referring to? The only thing I have today are this set of plans.
Okay, any other questions? No?
We submitted an original letter of intent in our original application of May, as well as our supplemental application in October. So our letter of intent includes the hardship criteria and details that, and it's also incorporated in staff's report and comments.
And just to be clear, so you stated on the record, the plans that we have were showing the 25 units.
That is correct.
And you are now proffering to reduce that to 18 units, which includes recouping the ones that you're losing into that number. And there's 4, so there's 4 units that are not part of that existing.
Correct. So there's 18 total units that are undersized, 5 of which remain, 9 of which are replacements for the existing structures, and then so there's the net creation is of 4 new undersized units, and the percentage goes from 21% to 15%.
Okay, very good.
Okay, does that address your question, Stuart?
No, I still don't have the letter. That he mentioned that there was a new letter that went through all of the criteria.
Was the letter that was part of the original application?
That is correct.
So that was in that is in the record, and that was distributed to you when we had the last hearing. In that material, that's where it is.
Okay, so perhaps we can go on to the disclosures and public comment. Don't see any disclosures.
Okay, we can open up the public hearing. Any members on Zoom or in the audience wishing to speak, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Matthew Goltanoff, representing the Miami Design Preservation League. We are supportive of the staff recommendations to approve the variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others in the room?
And seeing none on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment. Any board member wish to comment at this time? Kirk?
Actually, I have a question, just because I'm not fresh. I know this has come before us a couple of times. The Corona is being raised. I know it's being relocated, and being raised by how much? I'm sorry?
It is being raised, but the exact number I have to defer to.
Well, we're putting it back to the existing height of the restaurant building that was recently built in that location, which was I don't know how many years ago. So okay. Whatever that existing structural slab is, we're going to be putting the house on top of that.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Board comment? Any board members like to make a comment? No?
I was fine with the last time, so this is even less, so I'm good. Thank you.
I will make a motion to approve if there's no other comments.
Okay.
Well, I'll make a comment just since the concern, the issue today is a variance to reduce the minimum hotel unit size. I understand that since the last time they were before us, that now they're only requesting 4 new undersized rooms. 5 of the rooms undersized are existing, 9 are like, I don't understand, what does you mean replacement? Replacing existing rooms?
Correct.
How do you, what does
Well,
replacing
because
a room mean?
we're relocating the existing structure from 28th over, and the rooms that were affiliated there will not be in its new location. They will be in the annex building.
Okay, so then what meaning that only 4 new additional undersized rooms. And so even though I don't have their analysis before me, I have the staff report, and it seems to me that just allowing 4 new undersized rooms would meet the criteria that's in the code. So I can support it as well.
Okay, well, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Weinstein-Berman?
Yes.
Mr. Reed? Mr. Breslin? Yes. Mr. Pascal?
Yes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, application's approved. Thank you.
Thank you
So
very much.
Thank you. We'll take a little break now. 15 minutes. Okay. We'll resume at 1:45. Okay. Welcome back to the November HPB meeting. We're going to pick up where we left off, and I'll ask Debbie to call the next applicant.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the next item is HPB 220536. This is 1036th Street, an application for a certificate of appropriateness for the partial demolition, renovation, and restoration of all buildings on the site and the construction of an attached addition as part of a new hotel. The applicant is requesting a modification to the previously approved project. However, it's my understanding that the applicant is now currently requesting a continuance to the December 13th meeting. I will turn it over to the applicant just to confirm that, and then we can open up the public hearing.
Yes, thank you, Debbie. Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Not to belabor the point, Debbie is correct. We would like to request a continuance to the December 13th meeting.
Okay, and staff has no objection to that, but we will open the public hearing. Are there any members of the public in chambers or on Zoom wishing to comment on the request for continuance? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Chair, we can close the public hearing and we can take a motion or have board discussion, whatever you prefer.
Is there any board discussion on the request for continuance, or would someone like to make a motion?
Is there a reason for the continuance?
Yeah, well, we just introduced our client. We were hoping to have 7. There were 6. With 5 members, we would rather have a more full board to have the discussion. So our client would like us to continue.
You may not have one then either.
We understand. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other board comment? Okay, don't see it. Shall we make a motion?
Yeah.
Would someone like to make a motion to continue?
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, the applications continue to December 13th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application is HPB 220521. This is 803 2nd Street. This was an application for the total demolition of the existing building and the construction of a new single-family home, including variances from the minimum required setbacks, lot width, and lot depth. It's my understanding, again, that the applicant is requesting a continuance to the December 13th meeting. Staff has no objection to this. But I will turn it over to their representative, Tracy Slavens.
Good afternoon, Tracy Slavens, address at 3800 Northeast 1st Street. Yes, please, we are continuing to the December 13th agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any members of the public wishing to comment on the request for continuance? Seeing none on Zoom and none in chambers, Mr. Chair, you can close the public.
Okay, thank you. Any board comment? Don't see any. Would someone like to make a motion? Stewart moves to continue to December 13th, correct?
Yes. Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you. We'll see you in December. Okay, Mr. Chair, that ends our regular application portion of the agenda. We do have 2 discussion items on the agenda. And before we get into that, I would ask the board members just to retain both of those plans, so we don't have to send out new plans, because there will be no changes to the plan. So that's 803 2nd Street and 1020 6th Street. With that, we can go into the discussion items. These were agreed upon at the last meeting by the board. We are discussing the North Beach Pylon on 71st Street, and a separate item is for the Historic District Rooftop Addition regulations. In anticipation of the discussion about the rooftop additions, I did provide a summary, which I'm hoping kind of clarifies for the board the rooftop additions, but I'm happy to answer any questions about that when we begin to discuss that item. These were both, I think, at the request of Mr. Pascal. So, Mr. Chair, I think it would be appropriate maybe for Kirk to summarize some of his thoughts.
Sure. So, I guess in particular, having gotten on to the HPB initially from a lot of community advocacy work, also in participating in a lot of discussions relevant to sea level rise, there's all of these converging discussions about creating historic districts that are viable and vibrant and economically successful. There's also the discussions about maintaining a resilient city, and obviously that applies to our historic districts. There was this study that was completed by Alan Schulman, which used Flamingo Park as a model, even though the concept behind it was to look at resiliency initiatives for our historic districts as a whole. Flamingo Park was just used as the example, and there were some recommendations. And I had wanted to put this discussion item on the agenda in an effort to try to push the ball forward, and in particular, and I'm going to bounce back to you, Debbie, with a couple of questions, but I know in particular we had one proposal, an application that came forward for a Hohauser structure on 16th Street, wherein there's new zoning allowed, or newer zoning allowed on Washington in that area that allows up to, is it 7 stories? Higher intensity along 16th and Washington, correct? Where that building is.
That's the current zoning. It's in the city center, so it does allow for 100 feet.
It's 100 feet. However, the zoning code requires that within the historic district, and correct me if I misstate anything, Debbie, but as I recall it, the zoning guidelines require that you cannot build larger than 1-story rooftop addition above a contributing structure. And in this particular instance, because a tower was proposed to be cantilevered over the contributing structure, what it necessitated in that particular instance was that all of the portions of the historic building that were to remain underneath the tower needed to be demolished and then reconstructed. And so I think that particular example very clearly accentuates a flaw in the zoning, because the intent of that zoning code was not to require that portions of contributing structures be demolished, and where you have a height allowance of 100 feet, but a requirement within the zoning code that you can't build larger than a 1-story addition, it can create something of a conflict, and it did in that instance. I believe Ocean Terrace is another example of that, where
all except for the Ocean Surf and the Broadmoor. The intent was to preserve at least the facades of the other contributing structures on that one block between 74th and 75th. And however, obviously, the intent for the applicant and for the city in general was to allow much higher towers along Ocean Terrace. So what you ended up with, in the end, what we ended up with was facades that they go, a couple of feet back, 4 feet at most, I believe? Not even 4 feet of the contributing structures beneath the towers, again, because of this code that requires that you cannot build more than one-story rooftop addition. And so my intent of putting this on as a discussion item, I believe that I have a lot of faith in the Historic Preservation Board, and I did before I was on this board. And I think that this board, I believe, should have more latitude to interpret what can be done, especially in those instances that would require the demolition of a contributing structure in order to rebuild it. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I also wanted to go back to, if I could, Debbie, and I might put you on the spot here, but something that's a little closer to myself, the North Beach Historic Districts, which were locally designated right before, actually, while I've been on this board, but were put into motion. And I believe the same applies, correct? And so, and I'll speak even more directly to the Tatum Waterway, which was designated with the understanding that, and Tatum Waterway is not the only area in the city. Flamingo Park is as well, and so are many other areas are vulnerable to sea level rise, and we've faced a lot of those discussions on this board. I don't think that the intent on anybody's part when you create a historic district is just to stop a district in time and allow it to just succumb to sea level rise. So again, I would make the argument that I think that this board should have a little bit more latitude when it comes to making the tough decisions between what can be preserved, what can be restored, and obviously when you're dealing with sea level rise, I think a big discussion of Alan Schulman's plan was, to build up and possibly abandon the ground floor. But if you're confined to a one-story rooftop addition, it almost can become, for some properties, I think, an impossible scenario. And so what I wanted to ask is if we could discuss this issue, and there's a lot to be learned about it, but maybe to get a further discussion moving forward. I guess to have any sort of traction, we would have to have a referral to the commission to refer to planning board. Is that correct?
Yeah, this board is equipped to make recommendations to the planning board or to the mayor and city commission. Typically, when a advisory board issues a recommendation to the city commission, the planning department will transmit that to them via a letter to the commission. And then if one of the commissioners is interested in the recommendation, they would refer it to either a committee. In this case, it would likely be a land use committee meeting, and then they could discuss it at a policy level in terms of what are the implications of this? Do they want to proceed with exploring making a change? So that is the typical process.
And I would add to that I think in this sort of instance, it might be nice for this sort of initiative to come from the board rather than from a project that's looking to increase height or increase allowances for their own specific needs, and rather to be looking at it holistically in terms of encouraging viable and economically successful historic districts.
purely where this comes from.
Yeah, and can I just follow up, Kirk? You're okay with that? So I provided you this summary of the rooftop addition regulations. And, Kirk is correct. In general, buildings in historic districts are allowed a one-story rooftop addition and no more. However, as you can see with this summary, there are exceptions to that. I've outlined the historic districts where you can have potentially more than one story added. I've also noted the areas where they are prohibited. So if, for example, in the Flamingo Park Historic District, in the RM1 zoning, rooftop additions are not permitted. So this board does not have the ability to allow a rooftop addition on a contributing building in Flamingo Park. If you are on Ocean Drive in the MXE, all buildings, even non-contributing buildings, for example, would be prohibited from adding to the roof. They're not on Ocean Drive, for example, while a rooftop addition is prohibited, a proposal and an application to demolish a building and build a brand new building is not prohibited. So there are things, and that we've seen in practice, and this board has seen in practice, that may highlight the fact that there are certain, developers out there that want to develop more than one story, say, at the rear of the portion of the building. And instead of asking for a two-story rooftop addition, which would not be allowed, they would propose to demolish the rear and build up to the 4 floors that they want, instead of keeping the two-story portion and building 2 stories on top, which would not be allowed. A great example of that, and a project that Jake and I just went by recently, was I call it the Jade, because that was the original name. That's on 18th and James Avenue. If you look at that project, I wish Jennifer was still here. I believe she was involved in the design of that. And if you walk by the building, it looks like the entire contributing building is retained, and then they put a addition on the back. What they had to do in that case was actually demolish the entire rear section, reconstruct it to look like that portion of the historic building, and then above the original 2-story line, start their new contemporary architecture. So, there are people and there are projects that we see all the time that may be, and I say maybe because there could be other issues, other reasons why they're doing this, demolishing more than they need to create what the exact program and project they want because of the regulations. We saw a recent example at the Gale Hotel. I guess that was last month. Where they did go, and again, to Kirk's point, this was a project-by-project type of code amendment. It was a very small area that the code allows for 2-story or multi-story rooftop additions. Because that code amendment was adopted, that availed the property owner to come before you and say, I want to do this multi-story rooftop addition. The board, was very supportive of that and approved that project. But prior to that code amendment, they would not have been able to request that from the board. And again, that project included extremely limited demolition because they didn't, they were able to retain the existing building and just build on top of it. But there's different regulations. Primarily, in the past, we have modified these rooftop additions in historic districts that have larger scale buildings. Maybe what's right for a smaller scale historic district is not equivalent to how many stories, say, an existing 17-story contributing building could have. So in the North Beach Resort Historic District, where you have those large oceanfront properties, some of which are existing, 10, 15 stories tall. The Morris Lapidus Historic District, where again you have much larger scale buildings. We have modified the rooftop addition regulations to allow those types of properties in certain circumstances to have a multi-story rooftop addition. So I just kind of wanted to outline that all for you, that it's not a blanket 1-story rooftop addition everywhere, but that we've strategically to a certain degree, looked at certain areas and modified the code amendments. And now we're also looking at what equates to almost project-specific changes, right? Instead of a more holistic approach of, going through resiliency, looking at the buoyant city. Do we want to have a more holistic approach to rooftop additions? Again, any rooftop addition in any historic district does require the review of this Historic Preservation Board. Rooftop additions are not something that staff has the authority to review administratively.
Is there anything to add in terms of the the buoyant city proposal status?
Right. So that was a really incredible document that we have been cited, around the country for sure, of producing this really innovative, creative approach to sea level rise. So we currently are in the process, and that process is going to conclude, I believe, later this month, for a rewrite of the city's land development regulations. It's a rewrite primarily to clean up the organization of the code, to make it much more clear. There is a resiliency component to our new code rewrite. That's going to be heard at second reading by the City Commission, I think, at their November meeting.
That's right.
And what we have been successful in doing is cleaning up the code, creating a resiliency section that is integrated into the zoning districts, and also we have approval to move into a phase 2 of that code rewrite. That phase 2 is going to look at more significant changes to the land development regulations in terms of things like FAR, height, setbacks, open space requirements, and potentially rooftop additions. The idea would be, yes, to take some of those ideas in Buoyant City, and as part of this more dramatic look at the land development regulations for resiliency purpose, to try and integrate some of those concepts that were in Buoyant City. So I think this would be a good, in terms of timing, if the board was interested in having a second look at these rooftop addition regulations. Maybe it's not everywhere either. Maybe it's for specific areas, perhaps specific areas that are more vulnerable to sea level rise, more low-lying areas. That this board could certainly make that recommendation, that we, incorporate a study of our rooftop addition regulations and recommend any changes to those regulations within the historic districts.
Debbie, this line here about the one-story rooftop additions, where in the code does that exist?
Right now, it's in Chapter 142, 1131, I believe, which is height exceptions. Which is a strange portion of the code. We're also going to be looking at that because we don't consider rooftop additions height exceptions, right? Currently, if you're proposing a rooftop addition, whether one story or a multi-story, you're not allowed to exceed the maximum permitted height within the underlying zoning district. And, Kirk, to your point, there are zoning districts that allow 50 feet, 75 feet. And if you have an existing one-story building and you want to develop your property with a rooftop addition, that means you're capped at 12 feet above your existing building. You would never be able to achieve additional height, which is typically what we see, especially with significant projects and a significant investment. People wanting to maximize the allowable height, not increase the height necessarily, but just to go up to what the height is allowed. But if they're looking at a rooftop addition scheme, there's a lot of circumstances where they would never be able to achieve the allowable height.
The building on Alton Road, where Dunkin' Donuts is, and right next to it is the Russell Galbert project, and they actually cantilevered the building over the Dunkin' Donuts.
Is this sort of the same thing you're talking about?
Well,
where-
that's not in a historic district, right? But if it was in a historic district, they wouldn't be able to do that necessarily unless it was allowed as a separate carve-out, as an exception. If it was, say, if that project was on Collins Avenue instead of Alton Road or Washington Avenue, they would not be permitted to do that without demolishing the entire Dunkin' Donuts and rebuilding it. And then they could, build it all as a brand new scheme. I'm not looking to change necessarily anything, but I think, the board is interested in this, and you asked me to provide you some information for this, for a discussion item. And I think given moving toward resiliency, and yes, one of the concepts in the Buoyant City was perhaps when buildings cannot be elevated, there's a lot of reasons why buildings may not be able to be physically raised, that repurposing a ground floor for non-habitable space, so that for space that can be flooded, might be a good idea. But then why would someone do that if they couldn't recoup that square footage and that habitable or leasable space somewhere else on the property?
Can I answer that question? Why would they do it? Just so they could keep what they can. I mean, if that's their only choice, is to turn over the ground floor from a usable space as to a place for floods, well, then they're preserving their upper floors. But I understand why would they do it? They would like to, when you say recoup, to not have a net loss of space in the building.
And by converting ground floors into basically a wet flood-proofing type situation, is an investment, right? It's not like you just abandon the first floor and let the water come in and into your foundations. It would take a significant financial investment to do that. And what we see and what we've seen in other cities is that instead of making that investment, because they're not going to have a return on that investment, because they're just losing that space, that we do see in other parts of the country properties that are abandoned and left. I mean, it sounds crazy to us, right? Because our property values are so high here. But unfortunately, that does happen, where people walk away from properties and let them, succumb to the elements, which is definitely something that we don't want. In fact, we actively fight against that every day here in the city, to allow properties to become abandoned and derelict.
That already.
We do have enough of that, and it's a problem, and we don't want to see it increase because people are reacting to water intrusion and resiliency concerns, because that is really the worst thing for a city to have abandoned properties. Not that that's necessarily going to happen for everyone, but what I think the Buoyant City wanted to do was create viable, financially responsible options for property owners, not just to get an extra floor on their building, but in order to get an extra floor on their building, invest in those resiliency upgrades that are going to be required, so that the building, is viable into the future.
So if the purpose of this discussion is to potentially be making recommendations for policy changes, anybody have any suggestions? I mean, Kirk, you brought it forward. Are there things that you'd like us to consider?
Well, I mean, again, we have the 16th Street scenario. I could talk about the North Beach scenario. To me, as a historic property owner in North Beach, and for my neighbors, I'm not sure I see the justification for a vacant lot being viable for a 5-story building and a historic lot if you want to preserve the structure, which of course I do, only being viable for a 3-story building. I don't think that helps to contribute to the viability and vibrancy of a neighborhood. I don't think it makes a strong case for the historic preservation component. And again, during the time I've been on this board, the 2 properties, one building north of mine, the 1-story buildings made the case about sea level rise and actually got this board, which I was recused, to approve demolishing those two contributing structures. So I don't think that that shows a good path forward. I'd rather see retaining historic structures being incentivized. That's the skin that I have in the game. That's why I do what I do, because I think the character of our neighborhood is amazing. But I think we need to show the incentives for
what kind of incentives?
Well, my concern is like an historic building, that's 1, 2, or maybe even 3 stories. And when it was built, how many of those buildings are really capable of being able to support more than one additional story without really basically tearing it down and rebuilding it to look like it was? That would be my concern.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's some good examples. I think the what is it? The Ankara, right? That one was a 2-story building originally. That's right by you, right? I mean, of course, it's right in your neighborhood. The International Inn is a
story to the existing building, and they built a brand new building.
But they have more land. They have more land.
They still only add 1 story.
Yeah.
To the original building.
The International Inn is a 2-story building that's now allowing 8 stories, 7 stories.
Right, but I don't believe we modified the rooftop addition section for the International Inn. I'd have to confirm that. But yes, the height was increased for certain, if a project met certain criteria. I mean, we just reviewed one last month, the Gale. Now, you're correct, Ray, and there's a lot of reasons why people may not choose to retain a building and do multi-story structure is a very significant reason why certain choices are made, right? What your structural engineer says. But a lot of these buildings, when they're renovated significantly, regardless, are required to be brought up to current Florida Building Code in terms of their structure, their foundation, their roof systems. And we have seen buildings that are retained, although there are dramatic interventions being done. So you've got the walls of the building, sometimes the floors of the building, sometimes the floors are not even there. They remove them and actually build from within those walls, to reinforce the structure significantly in order to hold, even for 1-story rooftop additions. We do see that.
Is that how they did the Good Time Hotel?
Well, the Good Time Hotel was a significant amount of demolition. So the rears of all of those buildings were demolished. And brand new foundations. But if you look at, for example, the Greystone Hotel, right? It's one of my favorite buildings, if not my favorite building in the city. And it's fabulous. That building doesn't even have a rooftop addition, but it had an active roof deck. They rebuilt the structure. They kept the building and basically put a new structure inside the building and attached the existing walls to that new structure. So most of our buildings that are going through significant renovation are getting a serious upgrade in their structure anyways, which is why the Gale Hotel, they didn't have to do any additional structural work to put that extra story on, because when they did their 1-story rooftop addition, all that work was done at that time in terms of the foundations, the columns, and the beams throughout the building.
So
we do have a member of the public, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you want to allow public comment. Okay. Do you want me to go to the public? Okay, sure. So we have Joel. Joel, would you like to comment on this discussion?
Hello.
Hello.
This is Joel, but I'm really here to discuss the North Beach pylon. So I'm not here to discuss the prior matter. So I'm just waiting for the North Beach pylon to come.
Okay, very good. We're going to move on to that next. Thank you.
I wanted to ask, just on the question of what to do next, can we recommend that there be consideration for dangling a carrot out there and beginning to encourage this in select places? You said maybe in a most vulnerable place to sea level rise. You could paint it any way you want. And maybe to encourage at the same time affordable housing, if you're, whatever direction we want to take it in, right? We can suggest something. So what do you think, Kirk?
Well, I'm afraid of mixing apples and oranges with the affordable housing. Okay. I'm afraid of scaring people. I think, I would like to just open it up for the Historic Preservation Board to have more latitude. We're not asking for additional height in any zoning area, correct? We're just asking for historic buildings subject to the discretion of the Historic Preservation Board to adhere to up to the same zoning code as a vacant lot could. I think that's really in very simple terms, and that way this board has the discretion to incentivize the retention of historic structures with the same benefits that a vacant lot. To me, when you don't have that, you're incentivizing the demolition of historic structures. So I think that puts it in very simple terms, because generally speaking, I would trust this board over any other to exercise that discretion appropriately. And again, I don't believe for contributing structures we're asking for anything further than what's already allowed in those any given zoning district. Correct? Is that simple enough terms to try to push forward?
So you could make a recommendation so that to explore having the board having more flexibility and latitude in approving rooftop additions in historic districts, not to exceed the maximum permitted height in the underlying district.
And I might add in there two things, just to key in on the focus. One is to further incentivize the retention and restoration of historic structures, and to contribute to the resiliency of contributing structures. I think that really gets to the core of it. Did I miss anything? Thank you.
Would you like to make a formal recommendation? I think, is that a motion, Kirk, to make that recommendation to the mayor and city commission that they look at that?
Yeah.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, all those in favor? Very good. We will transmit that recommendation. Thank you. Okay, so Kirk, we have one more item, the North Beach pylon.
I have a question about that. Is that the same pylon that is also on Washington Avenue, somewhere around 8th or whatever?
Yes, it has a twin.
Wasn't it like a marquee for a drugstore or something at some point in time?
They were signage pylons, which were common in the mid-century period.
Okay. Thank
kind
you.
of space age looking things. Okay.
So, just to set this one up, I'm just trying to take care of some loose ends here. I really appreciate your humoring me. So, going back to the North Beach Master Plan, right, which I think was actually truly, it was a highlight, certainly for North Beach and for our city in terms of community engagement. I know we had over 300 residents and stakeholders and business owners and every sort of expert you could possibly hope for participating within that process. So I would consider that to have been a consensus plan. And I would also say that I think anyone would represent that as give and take on everybody's part, right? I mean, I know there's a ton of demolition and construction going on starting in Town Center, 71st Street. We also got the North Beach, the local historic districts, the North Shore and Normandy out of that consensus plan, which I think is a good representation of the give and take. One component of that plan that specifically referenced, there's a few things that have happened as they should have. Some have changed along the way. Some have been harder than others. But in terms of the town center area, there was one aspect which was what's referred to as a North Beach pylon, clock tower, that was referenced specifically in the master plan, because there's a great amount, there's a huge FAR increase for town center. There's been substantial height increases, which I believe prior to the master plan, I think the allowable height was 5 stories. And I believe we're going up to, it's changed incrementally. I think we're up to above 20 in some areas at this point. But something that was referenced specifically in this plan and obviously is representative of consensus on the part of many North Beachers was the retention of that one little component of the North Beach pylon. And I actually have the plan, North Beach plan here, and I'm going to read from it just to go into the record. But this is says the iconic MIMO structure at 301 71st Street is a landmark of the area, originally built to hold an electronic sign displaying the date and time. It now acts as a sculptural representation of the stylistic spirit of Miami Modern. The plan envisions a structure reclaimed as part of a new building on the same site, using a similar strategy to the identical structure which was preserved atop the Rockwell nightclub at South Beach, as you referenced, Ray. So the issue here, which this has come, I think we've made recommendations. It already was proposed for demolition through the Design Review Board, which we all know the Design Review Board doesn't really have, per se, the capability of denying demolition in the same way that the HPB does. The complication, as I understand it, is the intent is to preserve that structure, which is also, as I understand it, it's open to 71st Street on the one side of this property, and an alley on the west side, and a street on the right side. So it's actually accessible on 3 sides. This tower is near the front, but the idea, I think, was not to designate and preserve the entire building, but to preserve and reincorporate that pylon structure. And so I don't know how we do that, but in respect to the master plan and that vision, and that being really, I guess, one of very few components of 71st Street that would ever be left once 71st Street is fully developed as town center, I'd like to think that we'd done our best effort to try to preserve that. And Debbie, I'm not sure how we do that without, trying to look as if we're trying to designate the entire building, but rather to preserve that structure. And
if it's just the pylon, couldn't we incorporate the 2 pylons together to make sure that the one on Washington is also preserved forever?
The one on Washington Avenue is in a local historic district, so that is under the jurisdiction of this board.
Okay.
Already. The entire property, right? I mean, we designate historic sites by the property they're located on. To my knowledge, the city's never designated a portion of a property. So I don't know what the process would be. We can research that.
The only thing I would add is that the property owner, and I believe it was a few years ago now, submitted an application to the Design Review Board to demolish the pylon. The Design Review Board denied the application on the basis that the applicant failed to provide a design for the replacement of the structure. That decision, the property owner appealed to the City Commission. The City Commission affirmed the DRB, and the property owner has appealed the Commission's affirmance of the DRB to the Circuit Court. I believe the applicant's reply brief was filed in the last month or so, so that I would probably be set for oral argument soon. But that's the only update I have. I'm not familiar with whether we've designated, individual structures on properties before. It's something we could look at.
I mean, is there a reason why we wouldn't be able to move forward with designating that structure?
I mean, I don't think there's anything that prohibits you from doing that, to my knowledge.
Because, I mean, as I understand it, I know that the DRB made the effort to do what they could do, but had a replacement been proposed, it's unclear whether they would have had standing to deny the demolition. So, I mean, I feel like it's incumbent on this board to do our part.
I would just add, Debbie, I think the name of the caller, I think that may be the property owner on the line. We may want to hear.
Okay, I think that's a good idea. Joel, I believe this is the item you would wish to comment on?
Correct. And I appreciate the ability to speak. A lot of what was said is correct. Some of it I would disagree with. And one thing I would like to point out, and it's a little disappointing, is we weren't even noticed about the discussion that was about to occur. And I learned from another property owner in the area, he said, I see that they're going to discuss the pylon. And I think that if a governmental board is going to discuss the pylon, I think it would be incumbent upon getting the input from the owner. That's just a point of reference. Now let me just say a few things. So you know who we are in this particular property. I'm Joel Petrowski. I'm an owner. I'm also an attorney whose office has been here on 71st Street for 46 years. My partner is Donald Kahn, attorney. He's been on 71st Street for close to 50 years. And the third partner is Marcia Green, who is the surviving wife of my former partner, Marvin Green, who is an attorney. He practiced on 71st Street for 50 years. Marcia has lived on Miami Beach for maybe 65 years, maybe more. And we're, as far as having salt of the earth citizens or residents of Miami Beach, we're it. We love the beach. We love the area. And I don't think anybody, or you're going to be very hard put to find anybody who's put as many years into the area as we have. But having said that, Town Center was created for a redevelopment site. The whole few blocks was set up to be redeveloped, not to be designated for any historic structure. The consideration of that pylon as being historic certainly came within the, shall I say, the view of the ordinance, which was subsequently created, and it was rejected. If it was going to be designated, it would have been designated. There was, that ordinance, as has been said, was a compromise. And there were historic districts created on 71st Street or in the vicinity of 71st Street as a compromise. It's taken years, and literally years, for 71st Street to be redeveloped. And it's starting now. And it's taken years from the time the ordinance was passed to see the construction that's ongoing. We've consulted with architects in the hopes of trying to save that pylon in light of trying to redevelop the property. It is a significant, and I'll repeat that word, significant impairment. It's huge, and it prevents the use of the property to a huge extent. And it is if that pylon had to be preserved, it would be a tremendous economic burden to the ownership. Now, having said that, and I think, by the way, this is not in a historic district. It is specifically in an area for redevelopment. Our personal view is that if there was just an action taken only against the pylon, that the legality of that action would be in question. But I never want to have to get to something like that. What I would like to say is this. We have offered that pylon to the city without getting a response. I am offering you the pylon again. come, take the pylon, move it to the park. It could be right in the entranceway to Miami Beach, wherever you'd like, and it would be beautiful. That pylon is not historic. The architect who designed it was insignificant. That pylon was added to the building. It was not built with the building. It came years later. The pylon held a clock that had time and temperature for Financial Federal. It's basically, it's to say that it's a useless structure now is what it is. And the funny part about the pylon, since the time and temperature has left, we have all these clients that come and sue us. And when I tell them, there's issues about the pylon, they keep saying the same thing to me. What pylon? And they've been in my office for years. Because without the time and temperature sitting above it, there's no reason to look up. And the pylon is basically insignificant. So nobody that I know takes it to have any significance where it's a structure that should be preserved. But I also have to wonder, and I don't like to say this either, because of the litigation that's ongoing. If all of a sudden that this pylon coming up at issue with the historic board is somehow or some way some sort of retribution against us for trying to assert our rights and having that pylon removed. And we would have never engaged in this litigation if we didn't think we could prevail. I mean, Neeson Kasdan's our lawyer. He's a wonderful lawyer. And Neeson would never move this through if he didn't think that we were correct. But we tried as best we could to work something out with the city. We just couldn't. But I'm going to make you the same offer we've made before. Please, this pylon could be cut. Come and take it. Move it. Put it where you'd like. Somewhere maybe where there's some historic significance. And maybe that solves everybody's issue. And everybody can go home happy. But if the idea is to designate that pylon as historic and leave it with us, you're imposing a tremendous economic burden on us. I can't even say what kind of economic burden you're imposing on us. Our development rights are so impaired that this property becomes worth so much less. And it is so unfair to be in a town center that's been designated for redevelopment and to finally, after all these years, see the cranes go up and to have you come to us and say, not now for you guys. And you could have done this, by the way, for the last 5 years when the town center ordinance was passed, or approximately, nobody said a word. Not a word. But as far as designating it as historic. But I'm going to say this again, it's worth repeating, that under this town center ordinance, which was a tremendous tremendous compromise with all the parties involved, if the city and the people wanted that tower to be designated as historic, it would have been. By not designating it as historic, they didn't want that. They did not want a historic structure. And to say that it was overlooked in some manner is not a fair statement, because the amount of expertise that went into that town center ordinance and all the people that were involved were the best people we have down here. And there's no way they would overlook something like that. So I'm going to ask you to please not pursue this historic designation, to leave this property the way it is after all these years. And in effect, we're not in an historic district. You would be making us a historic structure in a redevelopment area. It's almost unheard of. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for being here and for sharing your thoughts. We very much take them to heart. So thank you very much.
Can I respond to that? So, as someone who sat on the North Beach Planning Committee and was involved in this entire process, when you take and thank you so much for speaking directly, Mr. Petrovsky. I think for any of those in the room, when the discussion of Town Center was happening, when you're increasing the developable value of a lot from 1.25 or 1.5 FAR, which is what Town Center used to be, to 2.5, in effect doubling some of the developable value of the property and almost doubling the rest, plus increasing the allowable height from 5 stories to 14 stories, now to 21 stories. There's a lot of value in that. And I think from a layman's perspective, the tower is such a minuscule part of the size of that lot. It's a hard argument to make that the landowners in Town Center didn't get a windfall. And I think what the community asked for is a token gesture. I don't think anyone's trying to stand in the way of the developer taking advantage of the FAR. I'd also point out that image that you've all seen. That was the poster image of the FAR referendum, including the pylon on it. So again, I don't see how you make the argument that it wasn't part of the deal. I don't begrudge the landowners in Town Center. I don't think any of us do, taking advantage of the development rights that they have. But it's this board that needed to push forward the historic designation components, and obviously this board had a leading hand in the Normandy designation, the North Shore designation, the Tatum Waterway designation, and I don't see how this is any different. And if this board doesn't do it, it's not going to happen, and it'll be another part of the master plan that would be thwarted, undermine the community trust. I think that would be a shame. I think it's a really small component, a really small nod to North Beach character among an immense amount of development rights that have been proffered by the residents and community of the city. I think it's really a small thing to ask to be able to save that pylon.
In my opinion, since it's on a private lot and it's not in a historic district, I don't think that there's any way that we can turn around and make the pylon historic. They have gone out of their way to say we'll be willing to give it to the city and let the city relocate it. Right now, it does stand high and it's really a focal point. Once this town center is developed, it's going to look sort of lost, almost sort of like the Freedom Tower in Miami. It used to stand there all by itself, and now you have to really look for it. So I appreciate what you're saying, that you would like to preserve it, but I think it could be relocated.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think the issue with relocating is budget. Sure, if you could move it over to the park where the Domino section is, great. I think the problem is that the city has already proffered, the value, right? The value in the development rights, the value in the height increases.
Well, that particular developer, it's not his fault that it was on his property and not the property next door to him. I mean, you have to look at it that way, too.
But it's also every property's gain to have
right.
The voters support.
But he didn't know that when he bought it. In other words, it wasn't already said you have to keep it.
Yeah, but when he bought
you
the
want to now
property,
cram it down his throat, and I don't think that's fair.
Okay. I mean, when he bought the property, it was a 1.5 FAR allowance. Now it's a 2.5.
Yes, but that was his, and there was nothing to say he had to keep it. And he's willing to give it to anybody that wants it. So
I think that's an interesting point, right? And it's something that's not this board's decision whether we can take the donation or relocate it, or if the city has any use for it. But it's an interesting thought to see how the board would feel about potentially, it could potentially be relocated within a historic district. Yes, there are things like budget and feasibility and who does that, who pays for it, how, when that happens. But I think that's certainly something, if you were inclined to that would be a valid recommendation you could make to the city to explore options potentially, either with the property owner. We would need the cooperation of the property owner, clearly, because it's their personal property.
Which they gave us.
Right, but I think that, there would obviously at a much higher level in the city need to be negotiations taking place about that. That would also, you're also taking an element that was constructed on one site and moving it to a different site. And so there's questions about, is that appropriate? Is that something the board would be open to? I agree. I mean, I see both sides of this, right? We do have its twin already in a historic district, so that's a very good thing. The TCC is going to experience a massive change in character over the next, a few years or so, which may actually hinder the visibility of this pylon. But I think in terms of your discussion, nothing's really off the table in terms of, do you want to make a recommendation? Do you think the city should be involved in a more significant level trying to save this, even if that means removing it from the site and putting it somewhere else?
Can I ask, thank you so much also to the property owner for being here. I did, seeking a win-win. I do understand, the difficulty, and it could be prohibitive in nature, given that I don't know what the development plans are for this property, but clearly in the context of a 20-unit build or 20-level building, let's say, I would imagine be a $60 million project plus, depending on when you all go to develop. If there was a way to work with the city for relocation, would the property owner be willing, as part of their development budget, to fund that relocation? Because there will be, permitting cost. There will be significant structural work that will need to go to ensure that the pylon is preserved. Is that something that the property owner could negotiate perhaps with the city? Because I think, those details are critical if it is to be saved. And I do appreciate that the property owner is even proffering to donate it to the city, but I think there are a few more steps that need to be, to make it a reality.
If I can say, I'd like to know how much would it cost? I mean, if they would donate it, what would it cost to cut it in root? Because then we would know what we're working with. And you're mentioning who would cover that cost. Would it be the property owner or the city? What value would there be to the property owner? Perhaps that would be a tax write-off, a contribution to the city. Looking at the visual representation from this document shared with us, the NOBI North Beach Master Plan, it doesn't look like with the pylon there that building has lost developable space compared to the other neighboring buildings. They all have like a terrace on above the third floor that seems to be of similar width.
But they can now go 20 stories. That's changed, right?
Well, that's not an actual project.
I know, it's just as Kirk said, it was part of the promotion materials, right, when it was put to a vote as to what people thought they were getting. I do understand that there might be legal issues because it's not setting a historic district. It's making something historic on a particular site, and it sounds like without the property owner's consent at this point, but the property owner does seem to be open to preserving it with the cooperation of the city. So there might be some negotiation that would allow them to keep it on the property if the city was willing to give something of value in return for the preservation. And I understand why people want to save it, it sort of reminds me of like in Coney Island, the parachute jump. It hasn't functioned for many years, but it's just something that's always been there. It's sort of comforting to see something that's different, that you don't see elsewhere, that makes your particular neighborhood recognizable. It gives you a sense of place. So I'm all for preserving it and looking for ways to do it. I think we need to know what the cost would be to cut it and move it, and what potential places it could be moved to. And if it would not be moved and we want to preserve it, I think that we could recommend to the city that they explore what sort of tools they may have, development incentives, tax breaks. I don't necessarily know. We're just starting this discussion, but I think that there probably are things we could put on the table for negotiation.
I would add there is a precedent of there are historic preservation easements that if it was designated historic and the property owner did want to donate it, I'm not sure if it could be donated to the city. It might have to be to another private property owner. I'm not an attorney, so I don't know. But there are direct tax write-offs for those types of conservation easements that perhaps would be helpful.
And I can just respond to Laura's first question. The property could certainly be donated to the city. Obviously, all the, logistics would need to be worked out. But I'm not sure if the same tax benefit would accrue to the property owner, but it certainly could be.
It reminds me of a concrete pylon I saw once off of a beach with a couple of diving boards and a ladder and a lot of kids having a great time. That's all.
Is there a consensus about a recommendation?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion that the Historic Preservation Board ask the City Commission to look at the possibility of taking ownership of this pylon and relocating it someplace within the North Beach main, what district that's called there?
The North Shore.
The Downtown Development Center.
Would need to be eliminated to the North Shore, but in North Beach.
Would it need to go in a historic district? Would it?
It wouldn't need to go into a historic district.
Abutting like for half a block from where it is, you have the Domino Park.
Maybe there's a way of incorporating it where they're building the.
There's a lot of open space in North Beach. We have our new park, Ocean Terrace Park. We have Bandshell Park, which is a newly designated historic site.
And you're going to be building the Olympic-sized swimming pool on top of a parking garage.
Ultimately, what you're looking at in this discussion, it would be solely a recommendation, right? To explore different options. Right. It may not be feasible. It may not be something that the city has the finances to carry out, but it's certainly, if you feel strongly about it, something you could recommend that the city explore.
That's my motion, yes.
Well, I would recommend or request an amendment to the motion that it's not just for relocation, but that we explore all the opportunities for preservation. I think that an easement, a conservation easement, for example, might be the most direct way. And the city could get, you got to give to get something. So the property owner, I don't think, would be giving away an easement for nothing, but it might be cheaper than moving it.
I'm not willing to change my amendment to that. So I guess if there's not a second, then we can move to yours. But is there a second to my amendment? Okay, somebody else can make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we send a letter to the commission recommending that we start a process to explore the ways that the pylon can be preserved, including relocation, easements, and other sort of negotiated ways to achieve our objective of preservation.
Yeah, and just to be clear, it would be the current property owner that would have to give the easement.
Right.
Okay. It's not something the city can force on anyone.
No, the city would have to, in essence, buy it or give something in order to get the easement.
Okay.
So there's incentives you're saying that the city would provide?
Well, the property owner would have to agree to the easement if the easement was an option. And typically, there is a benefit to selling, for a property owner to sell the easement, or they, wouldn't be something that would be a thing, right? People wouldn't sell easements if they didn't get a benefit. There are tax benefits for certain circumstances in that. I'm not well versed on easements, but I just wanted to point that out, that the city couldn't initiate the easement process, that the property owner would actually have to be
Based on your
board with that.
clarification, I will second his motion.
Yeah, just what I'm looking at are ways that are non-coercive ways to preserve it. Because designation, it sounds like we're headed to potential litigation, and that would just be an expense without a benefit.
Very good. So for the city to explore different options in order to preserve the pylon, including possible relocation to a city-owned property, and the idea of an easement in cooperation with the owner.
Correct.
Yep. So we had a second to that motion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Nope. Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you. Our next meeting is December 13th. And with that, I think we can adjourn the meeting.
Okay, this meeting is adjourned.